We are live.
Yes.
As I blow my nose. And we have to, first, Ricardo, because I'm doing Rumble, we have to first, let me handle
Sure.
that business because Rumble has to wait and see this sort of incoming
It must be a
before.
language barrier, but we have a comment, Moz Van Jan, and it says Flecken One reporting, which I'm
Flurkin.
not.
Yeah. Yeah, good friend. Follower from, online, follower from X, and
No.
very supportive.
Welcome.
Uh, but what I'm waiting to see is, yeah, what's up? Thank you for joining us. And man, it's not feeding into Rumble,
You have
dude.
to.
I swear. No, I mean,
Last
it's like
time,
it should be. Everything I did was correct here.
last time you went to Rumble and did something, so you can then do something
Yeah,
here.
and I've got it. I've got it going. It's your you've got to do a custom RTMP. Good. Hello, Miss CMS. How are you? Good evening. Thank you
Right?
for joining us. We're sorting through the fact that Rumble is difficult. And even though I have added them correctly, see, you've got to add them, bro. You've got to go into where, you normally put all your socials and your streaming sites, and you go to custom RTMP, and then you got to go over to your Rumble Studio, right? And when you open up your studio, like in Riverside, but in Rumble, you can click info and a couple of other buttons, and you get the streaming URL and the stream key, right? And then you got to take that information and go plug it into Riverside, and it sends it here. Usually,
So nothing complicated.
yeah, no, it's very simple. but then, but then once you click over to your Rumble Studio, right, you're supposed to have this shit feeding into it, but it is not. So you've only got they do it pretty easily. You've got I reloaded and here it comes. Look at that. All we had to do was bullshit for a second, and it handled itself. And that is your message for the evening, folks. That is how you do life with God. You just stand around where you said you would and bullshit for a second while everything works itself out. And now all I have to do is press start stream, and we should be on Rumble. Now, yeah, see, so it's not, it could be streamless. They could have some, I don't know why Riverside doesn't have Rumble. And they've got all the other apps available. That's, I haven't had time to dig into that. Point is, now that I have an encoded server and claim my placeholder video, I'm streaming on Rumble as well. But you know how it integrates your chat, man? So it brings chat from whatever platform. Right now, guys, I'm on YouTube, Facebook, X, and Rumble live, right? So usually whatever platform you're on, if you jump in the chat, it's going to pop up here for us two, right? And it's going to even designate Facebook, wherever you're watching us, right? But it won't do Rumble. So if you're in the Rumble chat, sorry, I got to pop back over and look at you separately. And once we start reading, that's not going to happen. What's going on, everybody? There's Jay Quills. Speaking of, we were just talking about you getting in from work. Enjoy your evening. We're going to start reading. Jacqueline has a standing invite to come join any discussion about DeSoto or any, just about episode of me hanging out here on my show, just so we can talk about some of the shit she does. Because in particularly, she put out a Unseen Wednesday about DeSoto this past week. So I put her out an invite, but she's a hardworking individual and been at work all day. And so now we just kind of have a floating
All
rain
week.
check. Yeah, well, exactly. But, that particular day, you know what I mean. So that is we'll leave it at that, a floating rain check. And we're going to chat for a minute and let everybody catch in. I guess I need to let everybody know kind of what the game plan is tonight, because I'm going to be here a while, and not just with Ricardo.
Oh, it's confirmed that you will have your.
Yeah, my buddy Tony, man, he's going to come over. So he knows to pop in here sometime before 8. so that I don't have to hang out by myself too long.
Well, I'm sorry, buddy, but that's too late for that.
You said 2 hours, right? If we do.
Yeah, but it's already midnight and 10. So if it was a little bit after 8, it's just past, man.
No, he knows no 8 my time, so 2 your time. Portuguese. I forget. Let me do the auto.
Oh, 2
translate.
a.m. my time is the time that he will come in. 2 a.m. my time.
Yeah, there you go. Or anytime he wants, just like Jacqueline. I sent them both the invites. And we're like, pop in whenever.
Could someone bring me the bed into here, please?
Right. We're gonna finish this tonight, right? Audience, you can check back anytime you want and reference for the rest of your life, but we are going to torture ourselves and finish the rest of this. We're about, from looking at it, I mean, we're more than a quarter. You know?
We already read at least 15 pages. So.
Yeah, right? We did. We're not doing too bad there. But we'll get expeditiously tonight after we chat with everybody here for about 10 and tell them what's going on. And I drink this coffee loaded with honey that is just going to make my throat sound terrible. Here,
well,
one
I
second.
can tell you something that doesn't happen every day. Today I was inside, virtually, of course, but I was inside AGSL, that is the second biggest repository of maps in the United States, following the Library of Congress, where James P. Shear's maps will be stored and archived, at least some of them.
So you're learning how to hack now too, huh?
And I've been inside, and the site is awesome. It's just enormous, right? Enormous. Cabinets after cabinet after cabinet of horizontal stacked maps. And then the lady that is, I hope she will become the director of the whole thing soon. She took the group into the vault, and they have this original of this Zapoteca map that has, and she's going to send me the file for that map, and we're going to do part of a show about it because it is an amazing map. To me it speaks about a journey that starts in what looks like a dolmen, and then it has the road where people are in peregrines, and it passes through several stages. It's like 10 feet long. Quite the map.
That is quite the map.
So I'm excited for she to send me the digital version so we can. I ask her, is it public? Oh yeah, it's completely public. They're about to send it back to Mexico.
I want to print out just because of the size.
A whaty?
I said I want to print out of it just because of the size.
Oh, it's quite big for you. How do you print it? You have to have a service with a roller because it's.
Well, you'd have to go. Yeah, you'd have to go to a print shop. You know, you'd have to obviously go to a print shop.
Yeah, but not all print shops have rollers. They have predetermined sized paper with rollers, like a plotter. Not all of them have.
Right. Yeah. Well, I know. Yeah. You'd have to go to you'd pay real deal, but you know that's why maps that size are so expensive. But I also have like a large map fetish. You know, if it were like solely up to me, you know, when I were decorating my property, I would probably have at least one room that was all maps, and it would have to be the largest room in the house. And it'd be no particular maps. I really dig, man. I just really like looking at old maps. I don't know why. I can get lost in them no matter what they are.
You never said a word. I have a few thousand of them. So
yeah, and I like them. I like the tactile. It's kind of like old books. I like. It's like I don't want a bunch of files on my computer. I like a book collection, and I like old maps. I used to keep the maps of the particular areas I was exploring just because I really happened upon some good maps of the county, rollout size, about the size of a standard poster, I guess, or half that. And I'd keep them on the wall, and I had several copies I'd found. And so I was able to just, as I was working around here, just sort of, when I'm zoning out, when I'm staring, want to stare at something, I could stare at those and just keep my mind working on it. But they're cool just to have. Ever since I was a kid, I always liked having maps to look at.
You should have told George he can get you some by the printing price.
Well, I will
We sell
now.
maps at the institute. We have.
Yeah, I most definitely will now. But yeah, the map thing. So that is a very cool story, and that takes us into our 10-minute warm up as we say hello. A whaty? What are you saying? Jacqueline says a whaty. Are you talking about my map fetish?
No, I said Watty.
A whaty. Oh, okay. Let's. We've got Moss Van Jam. Welcome. I know that's Flurkin. We've got Amy WC, Amy Wicked Current on social media. Thank you, Amy, for joining us. And we already said, hey, Doc, how are you, Miss CMS? Okay, so we're going to kind of get started here. Now, let me, right before Ricardo got us on our map fetish side quest there. Thank you, because I got some good info out of that. We're going to tell you what we're doing tonight. So we're going to read these DeSoto Chronicles here, pick up where we left off last time, which was what, Monday or Sunday? I can't remember. And we're going to try to do, if Ricardo can keep himself awake, our normal about 2-hour run on that sometime in here at any time, but most probably, because that's what he said towards the end of that read. A gentleman, a buddy of mine that I went to high school with, that I have only seen really a handful of times, and honestly, it's been many years, and we were close. So 9th through 12th grade, fairly close as dudes get. We played football together. So anyway, Tony and I have been meaning to sort of try to catch up in real life. We just haven't. I mean, he lives like right over there here, and he's in Tuscaloosa's territory. He actually lives right over there, close to the winged serpent, earthworm, and Taglio would be the right word. Anyhow, Tony's going to hop on here, and we're just going to, because finding things within and without, I'd long said that if I could find local guests that wanted to hop on here with me. Anyhow, Tony and I just had the bright idea to combine a chat and a catch up with the audience here. And Tony has several interests, of his own that I think folks will find very, very interesting. So we're just going to do that. Hang on. You ever get a please call me message? Hang on one second.
Those still exist.
Hang on. Somebody just said, please call me. So we're going to do that and keep going. Hang on.
Jason.
Dude, I have, there's friends that when they say, please call, you just got to make sure, are you well?
Yeah. No, when you said, I saw that first it was a service, like that you could just dial a number with a prefix and it sends a message to the person to call you, right? Oh, there's Jason at his best. So as I was saying,
I'm here.
I know. As I was saying, take the opportunity to say that at Yorgos Designs at the Institute for Natural Philosophy, you have several maps in several sizes, in paper and metal, and even as puzzles of different piece counts. So all old maps in high quality, from high quality scans. So if you like maps, go and visit that at Yorgos Designs. It's from our friend and member of the Institute, George Sakalaris, or Yorgos, that is George in Greek. So in regard to the DeSoto Chronicles, while he's still on the call, just to recapitulate, what we have found so far is that DeSoto's army and DeSoto's men are describing...
Okay, everything was fine, but I said, now you got to come watch to make up for it. So we're going to get a view out of that. Thank you for the...
Oh, that makes it up. Okay.
I know, it makes it up. We're going to get a view. It's real. Look, I'm sitting down for potentially 3.5 hours. So, the children just took off. They're going away for the evening to spend the night and have some fun. So, and I'm settling in, as I was telling you guys before we were interrupted.
Spending the night and having some fun. How old are they?
Well, dude, you've got 17 and 14 now. And they went over to their sister's house, which is one neighborhood over. They're half
Well,
sisters, you know. I don't
they
have any
can,
more
they can
children.
start making plans to get out at about 31, 32 years.
Well, I know, but you know, they have a car, man, and so all options. Plus, it's sort of like they're having like a girls' night, and they're like watching. I think it's called, I don't know, some TV show that their sister watches where you can like vote, and it's just an event where all the girls get together, and they're gonna hang out there. And then catch this part, y'all. All right, so you guys have seen my videos from Corn Creek and the Coosa River, obviously, where I go to the Coosa River and the island there all the time. Got all these things here behind me from there. Well, you know that a dad like me is constantly asking his children, do you want to go? And how many videos have you seen with them at Corn Creek and the Coosa? Huh. Right? Now, I walk in the room tonight, and first it's me confronting, you know, 4 children, because Karen is here, cousin, and Charlotte had a friend spending the night. So I'm walking in, and I'm like, okay, so what are our plans, you know, before I sit down for this? Let's get the schedule for the weekend. Look at that. That'll go away in a minute. And Ricardo, Isabella, who's in the bed, she looks at me, and she begins with, okay, now, first of all, you can't go. You're gonna want to go. I know you like it. I know it's your favorite place. And I was like, where are you going? And they're like, well, we're all gonna go with our friends to the Coosa River at Corn Creek tomorrow, and you can't come. Now, I'm looking at them as a father who, you know, they're teenagers, man, and they want nothing to do with it anymore. And I'm sitting there looking at them going, I even looked at Charlotte earlier as I was taking her friend home. I looked over at her and said, now, how many times have I asked you to go to Corn Creek? She just side-eyed me like, I didn't know that's where we were going. I was like, all right, you get a, okay.
Next time, ask.
I'm having fun with it, but you know, of course, I'm just glad I'm glad they remember the places I show them, man. And I gave them instructions on how to find the waterfall that other folks don't know about, because it does get crowded on the weekends. And honestly, I tend to like stay away from there on the weekends, because when I'm, you know, there, and of course there with Jacob, you know, I like know people, but occasionally on weekends, you know, there's kayakers and folks about, so. My children running around causing noise, looking for a boyfriend for
on
Harper.
Those days you have targets.
Right. Targets for Jacob. He's really taken to the. See, I keep leaning forward, and Dad'll handle that. He's really taken to the stick, man, and liking to chase the stick into the water, and sort of combine, you know, all of the sports, the running, the swimming, the keeping his eye on the stick and fighting the currents and still getting himself up and finding the stick again and
fighting the current. Yes, I've seen that.
I know, dude. He's a beast, man. He will.
Yeah, but you don't even go a little bit downstream, so he doesn't have to come against the current.
No, I throw it upstream, but it's just fast, you know. I mean, I throw.
It is.
I try to help him out, but also if I see that, you know, he's going to really pass, I get out
try
there
to help
with
him out. I wonder. It's the 17th dog this year.
You asshole! You know that's not.
What am I doing wrong?
I do. I've been through dogs quick. No, I go through dogs like flicking cigarette butts. No, that's a fallacy, because I had Luna. I was the only one in these 8 years, and now it's Jacob. And I cannot help it if dude is half otter. I mean, it's like that's got nothing to do with me. He's half otter, and he likes to eat rocks or chew on them. You know, he'll just grab them and you know, throw them away. I can't. I didn't give me the otter rock hound. You know what I'm saying? I was just happy to see that he didn't mind getting in the water, and then when he's just like, fuck it, I got this. And man, he's navigating currents, and you can, when the water's clear, you can see under the water, man. You can watch him working his paws and, you know, all different directions, like swimming like an animal that knows how to swim, you know. It's really pretty impressive. All jokes aside, but it's awesome for me, because now my kids are too old to like to go out there with me, so I've got Jacob. So it's perfect. But that one day he did go really far in the Coosa, and that'll lead us into our readings. in the Coosa, man, he went all the way out. But here in the creeks, like the last video you saw of him, I mean, I can jump across that thing in half a bound. So if the current, and it's only like 5 feet deep, the deepest. So it's not that cruel and unusual, making me sound like some sort of animal torturer instead of whisperer. It's not what I invited you on here for, Ricardo.
That remind me, you know why, you know why so many sailors drowned?
Because their boats sucked?
No, because they didn't know how to swim.
Yeah, I have heard this.
Yes,
I
and
have heard this.
I had difficulty to believe that someone would do 3 months journey on the ocean without knowing how to swim, but
It's hard to imagine.
I've been with different fishermen that are actually traditional fishermen in those old boats that go out in wooden boats and so on and so forth. They don't know how to swim.
Yeah, I know. It's wild, right?
I don't.
I don't. First of all, I don't understand not knowing how to swim. And I don't mean this towards anyone who either doesn't like the water or has simply doesn't, never had the occasion to learn how to swim. Like, I just, as someone who has always had access to water, because of where I was, I don't understand, not swimming. Meaning from my perspective, like I'm kind of like Jacob, which is why I guess it makes sense, right? Obviously that I get otter dog, because I'm sort of half otter myself. I love the water, but I always have, and so I guess my idea of understanding the human experience without water is it's limited. I can't really imagine it. But certainly, I guess what's a comparable, dude? It'd be sort of, I guess, kind of like us going to space and not knowing how to use a spacesuit. Maybe that'd be something comparable.
Yeah, but
Like,
you are wearing it, so.
okay, well, what if they put you and I in a shuttle and they took us up and they didn't give us a spacesuit? Or
Then
they gave
don't
us, or
open
they,
the goddamn door, please.
so don't jump off the damn boat, right? That's the philosophy.
Keep it closed at all times. Okay?
Oh, it sounds like Jacob's been lost. It's just all gonna go our way. He got out. Okay, we're gonna proceed, audience. Don't worry, I'm not gonna make you wait again. I guess we're gonna. Everybody's like, I thought they said they're gonna read. I said we were gonna hang out and read. Is what I did. Smartass. Is I said we're gonna hang out and read.
Jason is going to do what he usually does. He's grabs the books, he reads 3 or 4 words, and that's it for today.
I got a story to tell based off those 6 words. My mind just went, hey, there's a point we can run with.
Improv night! Every night.
No, I have tried to when doing this alone now, in all fairness. Yeah, Jacob's still missing. In all fairness, I have tried to channel the late night sort of DJ voice. Yeah, I don't think he's inside.
You better go and look for him then.
Okay, talk to everybody about DeSoto for half a second. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay, I'll do my best. My
Sorry.
memory isn't the best.
Sorry,
Go,
share
go.
a video. I'll be right back.
Go! So, as I was saying when he was on the phone, the descriptions of, and this is a basic summary, the descriptions that we have are of barbarians with butt flaps, with no cultural depth, no religion, little spirituality, barbarians who to them barely knew how to speak or speak in a way that was unintelligible and uncivilized. And amongst these descriptions, it's also speak about barbarism.
Okay, so
you see this huge... You found it?
Well, man, older people miss the fact that Jacob was sleeping under the table right here in front of me. So
A bit of a panic there.
My old man, starts hollering out the door. I'm like, oh no, somebody let him out. I gotta go. So I step out the door and I give a Jacob. And then coming up behind me is a kind of winky eyed,
What?
stretching.
What's going on?
What? I don't need to go out. I was napping.
Person sleep in this house.
I thought you were working. That's my nap time, man. What's going on? Yeah. Okay.
So summarizing,
Sorry.
I was just saying that they found and described highways, roads, long distance communication systems, a highly developed social structure, high capacity in terms of food supplies. In one go, they just fed out of nothing 120 people. Is that it?
Oh, you mean the first little expedition, the Lancers? Yeah, it was like 100 Lancers, something like that, right?
Imagine that you are not prepared and you are just this small village, as they speak, that they were barely having each day to eat, but they had supplies for 120 people on the spot. Right. It doesn't fit with the description, and so it's been very interesting. And Jason, I pass the ball to you.
All right, man. So I'm going to kick us off. Yeah, I was. They were doing construction. They're doing construction on Highway 14 right here in front of my neighborhood, and I was walking Mr. Jacob, making sure he was good and tired as we do on show days. And they were digging holes, dude. They were like 8 or 9 feet, really deep, long, linear to lay some pipe. And so I went up to him and I was like, do you mind if I just peek in? And, whatever. So I look in and I do see that the whole, I don't know, let's call it 2 feet, are this dark brick red, and that sort of directly below that, the soil shifts to like a dark sort of soil. And then down below that, even sand, right? So I go up to him and I'm like, hey, can I ask you, does this red at top, this very dark, brick stuff, I was like, does this continue, as you've been digging this whole way, does this continue,
Or it's just here.
Or is it just here? And does it continue sort of at that same depth line? And, they agreed that it did all the way down until where the Highway 14 dives like that, And then he says, once it did that, we got into different soil. And they're like, why? And I was like, well, because Hernando DeSoto went around 30 miles and burnt every native village he found here. And if you had clay walls and clay buildings or whatever, as is often described, then when they burn, they turn into what they call daub, which is a brick red clay, over time as it breaks down and stuff. And I was like, so you'd probably see something like that. And he was like, well, we hope we don't. And I was like, man, listen, around these parts, it's impossible to dig without covering it up, because literally 100 yards in front of where they're digging and where they're about to dig through, I was like, dude, you can go under that tree. There's a giant live oak tree, man. I mean, really old, fucking 8 feet across at the bottom, right? Around, what do you call it, circumference. And right there, on the right days, you can just kick and loosen up a piece of, pottery and little native, beads and all kinds of shit, just literally on top, nearly. So I was like, no worries, man. They were everywhere around here, especially according to what we're reading now. So we had made it through their first few encounters, and we are entering the section called "The Governor Arrives" in the province of Acali, and what took place there.
The governor, DeSoto.
Yeah, the governor is Hernando. All right, now, Ricardo, did you get all your jokes out, right? Are you ready to sit still?
Yeah.
The giggles are...
I'm fine.
You're going to keep it together? Like, last chance.
I'm going to try.
Ricardo's going to fall asleep. He's in Portugal, y'all. It's like bedtime. I'm his bedtime story. I just got back to chat. I see our friend Moss. Yeah, swimming before you could walk. Same. They had a pool in the backyard, and they tossed me in it. And the way I went and the way we will go on this story.
They tossed me in it. God damn, I already thrown the baby 3 times. The bastard don't go to the bottom. I think we're stuck with this one.
This one's like a fish. Just keeps coming back up at me smiling. That's weird. He keeps showing me his butt. I think he's half seal. I just think he likes the moon. Okay.
I tied him with 2 sacks of cereal, and he ate the cereal and come up.
Stronger. Got longer hair. Is that a beard? Or is that just cereal crumbs? What did we create? Some sort
That's the benefit of a beard, because you can have a meal.
6.5-foot mutant.
You can have a meal, and like
Yeah.
3 hours later,
Flavor.
Oh.
Savor.
there's still a beard. Oh no, this is from 2 days ago. Ooh.
Flavor savor, as they call it. Luckily, I have to bathe daily because thanks to all the tick scares and going out into the woods every single day, I pretty much relegates myself to a hot salt bath every single day, just to feel safe, but also for all the benefits. A friend of mine also taught me to add baking soda to that, and that really helps with the beard a lot. It's crazy. But it also helps cleanse and get rid of the toxins and keep you properly, the way one might say it is charged, in my humble opinion. Okay. So Hernando is going to a Cali. We're in Florida, guys, and we are finally away from the seashore. We are in past the swamps, and we are going to see if chiefs will let us kidnap them. That's what we're going to go do. At the end of 20 days, the governor left the province of Aquera without doing any damage in the pueblos or at the cultivated fields, so that they would not regard them, the Spaniards, as cruel and inhuman. He went in search of another province called Acali. There, about 20 leagues from the one to the other, you did our math, you know this, they directed their march towards the north, bearing a little to the northeast. They passed an uninhabited region 10 or 12 leagues in extent, which lies between the two provinces, in which there were large forests of walnuts, pines, and other trees unknown in Spain. They all appeared to have been set out by hand, there being so much space. Hey, while you're rolling one, you gotta mute it.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm
Don't
just
be-
stuck in. The Spanish didn't know what pines are. Is he insane?
I mean, no. He says other trees unknown in Spain, right?
No, and other. Okay.
Yeah.
Siberia was like a pine forest.
So he's saying other nutting trees, one would assume, because walnut, pine nut. Yeah, which is true. There would have been a few trees they wouldn't have known about. In this province, there were no longer found so many swamps and difficult passes at miry places as were in the former ones. Because, as it was farther removed from the coast, the salt marshes and the bays that entered the others from the sea did not reach to them. In the former region, the land is so low and flat that the sea extends into it, and in some places 30 leagues, in others 40, 50, or 60, and in some more than 100, forming great swamps and morasses that make it difficult or even impossible to cross them. These Castilians found some so bad that upon placing the foot on them, the earth trembled. Ah, I see. He's jumping okay. Man, this dude wrote kind of. Upon placing the foot on them, the earth trembled for 20 or 30 paces round about. On top, it looked as if horses could pass over it, for the surface was dry, without a sign that there was water or mud underneath. On breaking through that surface, the horses and the men as well sank and were drowned. No shit. Ooh. Unable to help themselves. They were put to much trouble in going around these places. They also found this province of Akali more abundant in supplies than the others.
I'm wondering how is he keeping the soldiers' morale? Because so far there are no riches whatsoever.
Well, we're not
They're
even gonna get to
going
that.
inland for 30 kilometers, right? Which
Right.
is like 20 something miles.
Right.
And it's swamp after swamp and people dying in front of them as they march. They shouldn't be very happy.
No, you wouldn't think. You wouldn't think. I would imagine, some trafficking and some sex slaves probably keeps them assuaged. That was one method, which, as we'll see later, was kind of tried and true for the expeditions. I'm just looking for another book. Ignore me, y'all. Expeditions in South America. Of course, they'd be employing that here. And, it's that gold lust, bro. It's that gold lust like we saw in the beginning when they were still in La Habana in Cuba. And they got the story about poor Juan Ortiz,
Ortiz.
the Spaniard who had been waylaid by Navarrez and left. And these four native captives were trying to relay the story of Mr. Ortiz, and they forgot to say Juan. And so the Spaniards heard this long tale, and all they heard out of it was gold, which I guess Ortiz is somehow correlates in Spanish. And so Juan Ortiz was not even, found out about until Hernando later heard his story and sorted through it. Okay, so they're getting out of the swamps and difficult places. So you've been to Disney World, There have you? You haven't been to South Florida, audience. You know Central Florida, so they're starting to get into more of the away from these giant swamps. Okay, so on top, all right, here they are drowning. That's where we left off, right?
Yeah, we left them drowning. Yeah.
They also found this province of Akali more abundant in supplies than the others we have mentioned, both because there were more people in it who cultivated the soil and because it was more fertile in itself. The Spaniards noticed the same in all the provinces they traversed throughout this great kingdom. That is, the farther inland the country was, the more removed from the sea, the more populous it was, and the more fertile and productive in itself. In the four provinces, so here he's not just talking about Florida, but at this time inland, they called all of the U.S. La Florida, audience. So, they're going to start moving up through the Carolinas and back over here into Bama, and, this was their general theme. In the four provinces referred to, and in the others we shall mention later, and generally throughout the land of La Florida that these Spaniards discovered, they experienced a great scarcity of provisions of meat because they found none in all the region that they passed through, nor did the Indians throughout that country, which the Indians kill with their bows and arrows. What? Oh, have any domesticated cattle. There are many common deer. See, when they say meat, they mean beef. There are many common deer and fallow deer throughout that country, which the Indians kill with their bows and arrows. The fallow deer are so large that they are little smaller than the red deer of Spain, and the red deer are like large bulls. There are also very large bears and panthers, as we have said above. Panthers, as was in question a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Having passed over the 12 leagues of uninhabited country, league was a mile point some odd, right?
Point two.
Having passed over the 12 leagues of uninhabited country, they marched another 7 through inhabited lands, having a few homes scattered throughout the fields, not in the form of a town. Throughout the 7 leagues, there was this form of habitation. At the end of them was the principal town called Okali. Like the province itself and its chief, he and all his people, carrying what they had in their houses, fled to the woods. Repeating pattern. The Spaniards entered the town, which had 600 houses. 600 houses. They lodged themselves in them, finding there much food in the form of maize and other grains, vegetables, and various fruits, such as plums, nuts, raisins, and acorns. So that's worth noting. I mean, the whole reason we're reading this is to hear, okay, so they enter the main town, 600 houses. By this, they mean roughly the native, long houses. Finding in there much food in the form of corn, other grains, vegetables, and various fruits, such as plums, nuts, raisins, and acorns.
Be interesting to know if they were fresh or dried.
So they reference them often as being both, as having both available. But throughout the rest of these, you will hear the dried form referenced in particular, as well as I think there's even references to eating them early when they were bitter, and the natives liked them bitter. And it's pretty cool stuff about the food later on. Hernando at once sent Indians to the chief, offering him peace and the friendship of the Castilians. The Indian excused himself on that occasion with courteous words, saying that he could not come out so soon. After 6 days, he came out peaceably, though still suspicious, because in all the time that he was with the Spaniards, he never acted honestly. The governor, Hernando, and his people, having received him very affectionately, pretended not to see the ill will they perceived in him, so that he might not be more disturbed than he already was with his own evil plans, as we shall soon see.
He had evil plans. He's being invaded and he has evil plans.
Evil plans trying to save my country and survive, and he is ill-intended towards the good guys.
And suspicious. And they were being how you say it? Hypocritical?
Hypocritical. Yes.
Hypocritical
Yes.
with him.
Yes.
Playing the fool.
How dare he not peaceably let them take slaves, eat all his food, and take his daughters as sex traffickers? How rude of him.
It's so uncivilized.
Such a barbarian.
Yeah.
And that's what you call, Ricardo, an oxymoron.
There's a moron in that for sure.
Yeah. Hey, Pot, this is Kettle. Yeah, you're black. Bunch of crazy bastards. Genociding, and how dare he resist? All right, where was he?
We're so nice.
Where was he in his evil? Now, you said you had all the jokes out of you, sir. Tammy, how are you? Tammy, recovering. Well, we hope. Sorry, I'm able to look over the chat once in a while. Thank you for tuning in, Tammy. Hope all is well with you. All right, so we have this guy acting bad. Where was I, Ricardo, before you interrupted me with a joke? Gosh.
It wasn't a joke.
It's almost like it's part of the plan. It's almost like that's what I always do myself.
Okay.
So Ricardo was like, fuck it, I'll do it too.
Should we call someone to help you find the line that you were reading?
No, I found it, I think. All right, 600. So they went in for their food. All right, then the dude excused himself. Okay, and he came and he was being naughty, right? Though still suspicious because, okay, as we shall soon see. Near the town, there was a large river carrying much water that even then, it being summer, could not be forded. There were precipices on either side as high as the length of 2 pikes and as perpendicular as walls throughout La Florida. Because of the almost total absence of stone in the country, the rivers cut very deeply and have very steep banks. This river is described more fully than the others because further mention will be made of a notable feat that 30 Spaniards performed on it. Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, that's just because of what they saw at the time. Of course, they did see plenty of rock later. In order to cross this river, it was necessary to construct a wooden bridge. And the governor, having made an agreement with the chief to have his Indians build it, they went out one day to see the site where it was to be placed. While they were walking about planning the bridge, more than 500 Indian archers rushed out of some underbrush that was on the other side of the river and shouted loudly, "You want a bridge, do you, thieves, vagabonds, foreigners? Well, you will not see it made by our hands." Okay, so they went on strike, it sounds like. Whereupon they sent a shower of arrows toward the place where the chief and the governor were. That's Hernando. The latter asked, "How is it that you permit this impudence when you have represented yourself as a friend?" The chief replied that it was not in his power to remedy it, because many of his vassals, seeing him inclined to the friendship and service of the Spaniards, had refused him obedience and lost respect for him, as was shown on that occasion, for which he was not to blame. At the shout, the Indians raised on, shooting their arrows. A greyhound, which one of Hernando's pages was leading by the collar, jumped and knocked down the page, dragging him on the ground. He gave a leap and threw himself into the water, and however much the Spaniard might call to him, he would not come back. Seeing the dog swimming, this is so funny. We were talking about Jacob and how he wouldn't stop swimming. Oh, man. Coincidence takes planning, Ricardo. He gave a leap and threw himself into the water, and however much the Spaniards might call to him, he would not come back. Seeing the dog swimming, that gives me chills, the Indians shot at him so skillfully that they placed more than 50 arrows in his head and shoulders, which were exposed. I would imagine that was instantaneous, at least.
Yes, it was. And how big was the dog?
It was a greyhound, so I mean...
Yeah, but still, 50 arrows.
I don't like to hear it either. I will keep us reminded of the fact that this is dogs that would later, and possibly already, tear natives to shreds for food and sport. But still, that's why they're there. They're war dogs. They're trained to rip people apart.
Sure, but 50 arrows is too much for the surface of the dog itself.
Well, in his head. So at least I'm thinking that was instantaneous, right? Because if he's swimming and you get 50 in your head, that's you're just probably floating at that point. Yeah, he fell at once, dead.
Yeah,
Okay.
any military guy would tell you don't waste 50 arrows on a dog. You might waste 3, 4 until you hit it,
Right.
but you don't shoot 50 arrows at a dog. So I think that's a clear point of exaggeration of the brutality of the Indians, where it could be pushed.
It could be, but it also could be, one could see it as, because what we're watching here was a demonstration of force, and so it could easily have been an intimidation tactic. Let's just show them just how much we can do. Let's show them what they're up against if they come over here. Well, I mean,
I
either
think
way.
if they could shoot 50 arrows, they would shoot them again at the Spaniards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to agree with you, but I'm just.
I don't
saying
doubt
could
they killed
see
the
it.
dog. Attention, I don't doubt they killed the dog with the arrows, but not 50.
Right. Okay, so the dog. Let's move on from the sad part. This grieved Hernando and all his people very much, because he was an extremely fine animal and much needed in the conquest, during which, in the short time that it had lasted, he had made forays that caused no little wonder against the Indian enemies, both by day and by night, only one of which we shall recount in order to show his prowess.
Oh,
Do you want to? Do you want to jump? Do you want to jump the dog? Story?
No, we have a go through it.
Do you want me to put it on fast read?
No, just read it.
During the 6 days that the chief O'Callaghan was in hiding in the woods, before he came out peaceably, the governor. Oh, what's up, Sarah? I know the natives. They killed one of the war dogs that was swimming across to him. I know, but
Who killed the dog?
what's really weird, Sarah? You'll dig this. Check this out. So when Ricardo and I were just running our mouths at the beginning and saying hello to everybody, he was giving me a hard time about how Jacob swims so far out into the rivers and the currents, and we talked kind of at length about Jacob swimming. And the way the dog got killed is because when he saw the Indians on the other side, he just jumped out in the water, and no matter how much the owner called, he wouldn't come back. And so, yeah, that was a pretty cool moment. Totally had no idea about. Welcome, Sarah. Okay, so we're running back to hear a quick story about this dog.
On the 6th day.
All right. Okay. The Hernando took care to send him 3 or 4 messengers every day with friendly messages, so that the Indian might see that they were not forgetting him. They returned with the reply. By the way, yeah.
Do you have
There you go,
one
sir.
of these?
What is that? A ruler? Oh no, to hold my line. No, I got a beard comb.
Yeah,
Should I
sure,
try that?
It's the same, whatever works.
Okay. Thanks, man. Okay, where were we?
6 days.
No, we were past
During
that,
the 6
actually.
days.
Friendly messages. Okay. That the Indians see they were not forgetting them. They returned with the reply that the chief gave them. With one of these messengers, there came 4 young Indian nobles with a great many plumes on their heads, which are the principal adornment that they wear. They came for no reason except to see the Spanish army and to note what kind of people the new arrivals were, how they looked, what kind of clothing and arms they wore, what sort of animals the horses were, with which they had so frightened them. In short, they came to confirm or undeceive themselves regarding the great things that they had heard said of the Spaniards. Having received them affably, because he knew that they were nobles and curious, and that they came only to see this army, Hernando, having given them presents of things from Spain to make friends with them, and through them with the chief, ordered that they be taken to another part of his lodgings and served with food. The Indians were eating very quietly when, at a moment when they felt that the Castilians were off their guard, all 4 jumped up together and ran at full speed toward the woods, so swiftly that the Christians were doubtful of being able to overtake them on foot, for they did not follow them, nor did they pursue them on their horses, as they did not have them at hand. The greyhound, which happened to be nearby, hearing the shouting in the Indians, gave, and seeing them run, followed them. As if he had human understanding, he passed by this man obviously never had a dog. As if he had human understanding, he passed by the first whom he overtook, and also the second and the third, until reaching the 4th, who was running ahead. Seizing him by the shoulder, he threw him down and held him on the ground. Meanwhile, the Indian who was nearest came up. As the dog saw that he was passing by, he loosed the first one and caught the one who was passing. And having thrown him down, he grasped the third who was now passing by. And having done the same with him as with the first 2, he went at the 4th, who now came up. Throwing him to the ground, he returned to the others and ran between them with such dexterity and skill, leaping at the one who was down and grasping and pulling down with him who raised up, and threatening them with loud barks at the same time that he seized them, that he confused and held them until the Spaniards came up to their assistance. They took the 4 Indians and returned with them to the camp. Taking each one separately, they questioned them as to why they had fled. So, without occasion, fearing that this might be a countersign for some treachery that they had plotted, all four replied as one person. All four replied as one person that they had done it for no reason at all, except a vain fancy that seized them. It appearing to them that it would be a great exploit and proof of gallantry and agility if they should escape from the midst of the Castilians in that manner.
We have this circus in the family. So
Here's my fucking people right here. We're at the dinner party. We've got what the info we want. All right, you ready? We're going to run these fuckers to the woods. They're going to think we're ghosts.
I think they were misunderstood because that's what
Either that or they're pulling their leg, maybe. They're not
No.
wanting to actually be interrogated and give the info. I don't know.
I think those four had lots of experience in all the restaurants in Florida, so it's just a habit. You eat and you run
Eat
out.
and run. Eat and run. This is hilarious. It just seized them.
It's just a fancy we had.
I mean, I understand that, that's pretty much sounds like something I do. So I get it, but I'm not sure they're being honest. They thought to boast of this brave exploit later among the Indians. No doubt, because of its being, in their opinion, a great victory of which they had been deprived by the hound Bruto, for so the dog was named. Bruto. At this point, Juan Coles, having recounted some of the things that we have told, tells another particular exploit of the hound Bruto. He says that on another river, before coming to Ocali, some Indians and Spaniards being on its bank, talking together peacefully, one daring Indian, there being many such, gave a Castilian a hard blow with his bow, for no reason whatever.
Just testing.
Probably just, it was his daughter in one of the slave camps. Who knows? No reason whatever. Okay. I didn't use my comb, Ricardo. You gave me the comb and I didn't use it. I'm sorry, y'all. He says that the hound, which, okay. Together peacefully, one daring Indian, there being many such, gave a hard blow with his bow for no reason whatever, and then jumped into the water, and all his people followed him. He says that the hound, which was nearby, seeing what happened, jumped in after them, and although he overtook other Indians, he says that he did not seize any of them until he came to the one who had struck the blow, and grasping him, he tore him to pieces in the water. I told you, Bruto. Sarah, when they said we're killing a dog, I told Ricardo, I said, I bet he's probably already torn somebody to pieces, though.
You.
What? Me? What?
You know that actor that speaks with the intonations all in the wrong place.
Christopher Walken.
Christopher
Or Al
Walken,
Pacino?
yeah.
Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken. You are reading that.
Right?
Like you're going to the crescendos end in death and then the lows end in joy and
I just try to switch it up, man. It's like a cold reading, is kind of what it is. And cold readings, I was pretty decent at them, but it may or may not be perfectly appropriate. But
it's like you're reading and get to and tore them to pieces.
I'm probably racist about it too. It's like I'm sure the intonation is much different when I'm with the natives being torn to pieces. Christopher Walken, huh? I can't even do a Christopher Walken. Suicide Kings. For these attacks and for others that Bruto had made upon them while guarding the army at night, so that no enemy Indian approached it, whom he did not immediately destroy. The Indians avenged themselves by killing him, as has been told. Okay, so he had eaten a bunch of them, and they were kind of upset about that. Knowing about him from those stories, they shot him very willingly, at the same time showing their skill with their bows and arrows. I told you, see, I was half right, and you were right
I'm
too.
just doubting the number of arrows. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not doubting it.
It's probably overblown, but point is, greyhounds have performed wonderful feats in the conquests of the New
Wonderful.
World, as did really Beccerello on the Becce-
Bicciarello. Questa che cosa è un bicciarello?
Man,
Che
yeah,
cos'è?
do that again because I can hear somebody frying in the background. So this is now we're turning this. That's perfect. It's Italian. Yeah, it's Beccerrillo. Biccerello. Biccerillo. I mean, there's no other way to go with that. There's only one consonant after the B. I mean, okay. On the island of San Juan de Puerto Rico, where the
The
Spaniards...
dog had a bachelor. I think that's what it is.
Baccerillo?
No, bicciarello. It's like
Yeah, Biccerello.
some kind of animal. You know, bicciarello. That's how I
Bicciarello.
interpret it. Because bichu is like creature. So it's
Okay.
bicciarello might be an archaic form of saying it.
So creature jello is okay. Gotcha. On the island of San Juan de Puerto Rico. I mean, that's how I remember it. See, it's memory palace, where the Spaniards gave to the dog from the profits that they made, or threw him to his master, who was a harquebusier. So for that was a harquebus. So he was a dude who shot guns. So it's a fellow that shot a gun, a harquebusier. It's a much more beautiful word. The part and share of a harquebusier. Oh my goodness, guys. To Leoncello, as son of his hound, there fell 500 pesos in gold at one distribution of the riches won by the famous Vasco Nunez de Balboa, after having discovered the South Sea. The Spaniards built a bridge and crossed the river de Acale and arrived at Ochile. Hernando, seeing the little respect and less obedience that the Indians had for their chief Ocali, and that keeping him with him would be of little or no use in the building of their bridge or for any other purpose, decided to release him so that he could return to his people, and so that the other lords of that region should not become alarmed, believing that they were detaining him against his will. Thus he called him one day and said that he had always given him his liberty and treated him as a friend, but that he did not desire, for the sake of this friendship, he should lose the confidence of his vassals, nor that they, thinking that he was being held a prisoner, should become more rebellious than they already were. Therefore, he begged that he go to them whenever he liked, and returned when he saw fit, or not, just as he pleased, that he gave him liberty to do anything. The chief gladly received it, saying that he wished to return to his vassals, solely for the purpose of reducing them to obedience to the governor, to Hernando, so that all of them might come to serve him, and if he could not win them over, he would come alone, to show the love he had for his lordship's service. Along with this promise, he made many others, but carried out none of them, nor did he return as he had promised.
That chief is just perfect.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, they are shooting arrows at us. Well, I have nothing to do with it.
Bunch of bastards. I told them y'all were great.
They don't like me anymore.
You gonna let me go? I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
You're
My
the
brother.
shit. I'm gonna go tell them. Yep.
They're all gonna love you.
Just hold your breath.
Just keep
Okay.
your head under the water of the river until I come back, please.
Sleep long at night. I wish you no ill will. Dream well tonight. I will not be coming after your head. Along with this promise, he made many others, but carried out none of them, nor did he return, as he had promised. Of the prisoners who have left prison under their own word of honor, few have done as did Attilius Regulus. I guess I don't know that reference. The chief having gone, the Spaniards, through the efforts of a Genoese engineer named Maese Francisco, laid out the bridge by geometry and built it of large, thick planks thrown out over the water and fastened together with heavy ropes, which had been brought along for such uses. The planks were joined and connected with large and thick stakes that were laid out across the tops of them. As there was all the timber in that country that one could desire. Till we cut it down, they used as much as they liked, and with it the work on the bridge was finished in a few days. It came out so well that men and horses crossed on it at their pleasure. Before crossing the governor. All right, where are my Firefly fans? The Reavers, the Riveners, the Riveter. Before crossing the river, the governor, see, I should have said Hernando, then I wouldn't have tripped myself up. Before crossing the Rivener, cut! Take 3. Before crossing the river, Hernando directed his men to set ambushes in order to capture such Indians as they could not take along as guides, because the few who had come to serve the Castilians fled at the departure of the chief. They captured 30 Indians, large and small. Oh boy, like their cattle. They captured 30 Indians, large and small, whom, with flattery, gifts, and promises, and on the other hand, with many threats of cruel death if they refused, they induced to guide them to another province that is 16 leagues from that of Ocali. The distance, though uninhabited, was a pleasant country, full of many forests and streams that flowed through it, and very level and fertile if it should be cultivated. I know, right? Thanks, Amy. Should it be cultivated? The army marched the first 8 leagues in 2 days. So that's a good idea for their pace, huh? This is open, pleasant country.
4 leagues a day.
Yeah, when it's at best, or when they're working on it. The army marched the first 8 leagues in 2 days, and after covering half of the 3rd day's march, Hernando went ahead with 100 cavalry and 100 infantry, and marching the rest of the day and all the following night, he came at dawn to a town called Ochile, which was the first one of a large province named Vitachuca. No, Vitachuco. This province was very extensive, and the route of the Spaniards lay through it for more than 50 leagues. 3 brothers had divided it among them. The eldest of them was named Vitachuco, as was the province itself, its chief town, as we shall see below. He ruled over half of it as 5 parts out of 10. Okay. The second, whose name is not given here because it has been forgotten, owned 3 of the other 5 parts. And the youngest brother, who was lord of this town of Ochile and of the same name, had the 2 remaining parts. For what reason or how such a division was made is not known, because in the rest of the provinces through which these Castilians traveled, the firstborn inherited in the manner in which entailed estates are inherited, without any part being given to the second sons. It might be that these parts had been joined through marriages that had been made with the provision that they would again be divided among the sons, or that the relatives who had died without legal heirs had left them to the parents of these three brothers with the same condition that they be divided among their successors, so that there might be some memory of them. The desire for immortality preserved in fame, since it is natural to men, is found in all nations, however barbarous they may be. We need, Sarah, so we need a sound effect to play whenever they say barbarian or barbarous. And then we need a sound effect to play whenever they call themselves Christians. Yep. Okay, keep eating, dude. I'll keep reading. Nations before barbarous they may be. As we have said, then to the Adelaide, this is another way to say Hernando, arrived at dawn at the town Ochile, which had 50 large and strong houses, because it was a frontier and defense against the neighboring province that he had left behind, which was an enemy, as almost all are in that kingdom, to one another. He came upon the town unawares, and ordered the military musical instruments to be played, such as trumpets, fifes, and drums, so as to cause greater astonishment with their noise. They seized many Indians, who at the novelty of this clamor came out of their houses, terrified to see what was that thing they had never before heard.
You see, it's a constant debate about this type of behavior. You see it all the time in the movies, especially in horror movies. You heard the sound and you go and see what it is and you get caught.
Yeah.
Just protect your environment. Don't get out.
It's so true. It's so true. Probably not advice I'd ever follow. But this is kind of cruel, right? I mean, they're taking instruments they know the natives have never heard and going about with a clamor to make them run out.
Well, this is the civilized people you're talking about.
I know. That's why we need a sound effect for when they call themselves civilized.
These are the ones that are well intended, that are there just to bring peace to these people after they kill them all. But
right. Okay, so the band played on Waltzing Matilda, Waltzing Matilda, I'll go waltzing Matilda no more. They seized many Indians who that's shout out to Rue. Is Rue in here yet? No. Okay, they seized many Indians. Can we just start trying to say natives? I'm trying to use most of the words the author used, but I mean, they're not in India. Come on, guys. All right, so the band plays on. They seized many Indians who, at the novelty of this clamor, came out of their houses, terrified, to see what was that thing they had never before heard. They assaulted the house of the chief, which was a very fine one, consisting of a single chamber, more than 120 paces in length and 40 in width. It had 4 doors facing the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding the principal chamber, and joining it on the outside were many apartments that communicated with the interior of a large chamber as its offices.
So they had knowledge of north and south and east and west.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they had obviously their own, whatever they called it. They knew the cardinal directions. The description of the house, man, it's a palace.
Enormous.
It's a palace. It's a palace. What is a pace, you reckon? What is that, a meter?
A pace is more or less a meter, yeah.
Okay. All right. So it's fucking huge is what it is. All right.
It's about 300 feet long. 300
Yeah.
From 200 to 130.
120 paces, so it's
Yeah.
120 times 3 is 360, right? 360 feet in length. Okay, where are we? In this house was the chief with many warriors, whom he was accustomed to keep with him constantly, is a palace, as a man who had many enemies. And at the unexpected attack, many more men came up and from the town. The chief ordered the call to arms, sounded, and attempted to go out to fight with the Castilians, but for all the haste with which he and his Indians, mute at dinner time, and his Indians had taken up their arms to leave the house, the Christians already had gained the 4 doors and prevented their leaving, threatening to burn them alive if they did not surrender. On the other hand, they offered them peace, friendship, and all good treatment. But the chief was unwilling to submit, either as the result of threats or of rewards, until, after the sun was up, they brought him many of his people whom they had taken. These Indians assured him that the Spaniards were very numerous and that they could not overcome them with arms, but that they could depend upon them and their friendship because they had treated none of the prisoners badly, that he would have to submit to the present necessity, for there was nothing else to do. The chief submitted to these persuasions. The governor received him kindly, ordered that the Spaniards treat the Indians in a very friendly manner, and keeping the chief with him, he caused all the rest of the Indians to be released, at which the lord and the vassals were very well pleased. This victory being won, seeing that in a very beautiful valley on the other side of the town there was a large settlement of houses scattered in groups of 4 or 5, more or less, where there were many Indians, it seemed to Hernando that it would not be safe to pass the following night in that town, because the Indians, joining together and seeing how few the Castilians were, might attempt to take the chief away from them and instigate an uprising of all the lords of that district. Therefore, he left the town and went to the place where his men were, taking the chief with him. He found his people camped 3 leagues from the town. They had been anxious because of his absence, but rejoiced greatly at his coming and at the fine capture he had made. With the chief went his servants and many other Indian warriors who wished voluntarily to go with their chief. The brother of the chief...
Was he a captive or a friend at this point? Because on one side they say captive, on the other side they're
right.
offering friendship.
It's impossible to keep up with. I mean, we've been towards slave, or forced... we'll see here. I'm familiar with this section because it's kind of it's one of the examples of sort of resiliency that I like, and so I've read it a few times. Later, not all this shit. I like the reply this chief sends in a bit. Okay, our next section is the brother of the chief Ochile comes on a friendly visit. And they send ambassadors to Vitachuco. You can smoke inside, and I remember that every time you're rolling one. I hate that. I can't. You need to get you a copy of this so you could keep reading, and I could step outside.
Sure.
Okay. I'll just go ahead like the day before, and I'll send you a PDF of the pages we're reading. Okay. On the following day, the army entered Ochile in battle array. The infantry and cavalry formed in squadrons, sounding the trumpets, fifes, and drums, so that the Indians might see that they were not a people to be trifled with. The army being encamped, the governor, Hernando, agreed with the chief Ochile to send messengers to his two brothers with overtures of peace and friendship, so that, the messages being from him, they would receive them better and give more credit to their statements. What's up, Screwdriver? Yeah, I was out in it today. As soon as I turn off my light, I got to have a front light on to get rid of some of this glare behind us. But as soon as I turn that off, you should be able to see. I was out in it for a while today. You could definitely feel it. It was right. I had to soak it up.
Yeah, I knew you would go one day this year, so you finally made it.
Well, we've got, oh no, just outside. Yeah, every day. I know, smart ass. But we've got rain coming, man. We were in a full week of rain every day, like real rain, half inch minimum. And we're heading back into that pattern tomorrow, I think, or Sunday. So it's sort of, smoke 'em while you got 'em on the sunshine around here. So you have to. But yeah, I'm not even when it rains. I don't know why I'm even saying anything. You were right. Welcome, Screwdriver. Thanks, bro. Okay, let's get to Vitachuco. The chief sent them to each of the two brothers separately, with the most favorable words and arguments that he could form, telling them how those Spaniards had come to their country, and that they had the desire and intention of having all the Indians for friends and brothers, and they were traversing other provinces and did them peacefully. Oh, and did them no damage where they passed. Getting my comb again. So he's lying. Okay, that's cool, I guess. History is written by who, Ricardo?
The victors.
Okay. And he's lying already. I mean, we're already... Oh, these dudes. Okay. So, for those who just joined us, Screwdriver, I'm looking at you. We've got three brothers that have a chiefdom split up, and one of them has most, and then the other two have a little bit based on being born second and third. And right now, Hernando is chilling with the youngest, and he has got the youngest to send letters to the two older, trying to, get them to be slaves too, which is, I'm sure, an easy task. Let's go. Okay. So he sends them letters telling how those Spaniards had come to their country and that they had the desire and intention of having all the Indians for friends and brothers, and that they were traversing other provinces and did no damage where they passed, especially to those who came out to receive them peacefully. There we have it. That they contented themselves simply with the necessary food, and that if they did not come out to serve them, they ravaged the towns. See, that's a double. How did he say peacefully? They ravaged the towns, burned the wood of the houses in the place of firewood, so as not to go to the forest for it, consumed wastefully the provisions that they found, taking at discretion more than they needed, and acted otherwise, as if they were an enemy country. All of this was averted by receiving the peace they offered and showing themselves to be friends, if only for their own interests. The second brother, who was nearest, and whose name we do not know, replied immediately, thanking his brother for the advice that he sent him, and saying that he was much pleased at the arrival of the Castilians in his country, and that he desired to see and to know them, and that he did not come at once with the messengers, because he was attending to the things necessary in order to serve them better and to receive them with the finest possible celebration and entertainment. That within 3 or 4 days, I know, that within 3 or 4 days, he would go to kiss Hernando's hands and give him obedience. Meanwhile, he begged his brother to accept and confirm the peace and friendship with the Spaniards, as he regarded them as lords and friends from that time forth.
Such
At,
diplomacy,
it is.
such words for savages.
It is. You know, we joke a lot about the
With
way they're.
plots and soup plots. And
It is. You know, I mean, and all the chroniclers, even this guy is rather wordy. You know, but all the chroniclers agree that this was the case, and that the Spaniards often marveled at it. At the end of 3 days, Ochile's brother arrived.
that's that's a beautiful pronunciation. I had no idea that's how to spell his name.
Ochile,
Can in the second part?
brother arrived.
No, no, the Chile.
Oh. How do I kick people off of this thing again? I don't remember.
You know what happened
What
last
to
time?
do today? Today, it's a minute or two to do. A thing distinctly hard to say, but harder still to do. The dragon will come at the beating of the drum. A rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-two. What to do today? At a minute or two to two. At the end of the 3 days, Ochile's brother arrived, accompanied by many and very resplendent nobles. He kissed Hernando's hands and talked with much familiarity to the captains, officials, and private gentlemen of the army, asking who each of them was, behaving as freely as if he had been brought up among them. The Spaniards made much of the chief and all his attendants, for the general and his officers entertained with much care and attention the chiefs and Indians who came out peacefully. Nor did they harm those who were rebellious or damage their towns and lands unless it were unavoidable in taking the necessary food. Bullshit. The third brother, who was the eldest, yeah, that was intentional. Bullshit. The third brother, who was the eldest and the most powerful politically. What's up, Tony Montgomery? We're entering three. What's up, bro?
What's
Hi,
going on?
greetings, Tony.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, audience. So here is Tony, who I went to high school with, right up the road here. We both were reared here in Tuscaloosa's territory, though we knew it not at the time. Um, and Tony. We're gonna finish reading, and I told you, welcome, bro. I told you to hop on as soon as you wanted. So we're gonna finish where we are. I will catch you and the rest of the audience up. And right now we're down in Florida. We're in Ocala, and we've got three brothers, right? And Hernando has already taken one of them on his side, slave, and that brother has sent letters to the other two brothers trying to convince them to, hey, come on over, right?
Yeah.
Okay, one brother has replied to, I'll come kiss his ass too, and we've not yet got to the third brother's reply. And it's so good to see you, man.
Good to see you too.
Welcome. Guys, I'm excited to chat with Tony later. I'm sure you'll hear some cool stories, and we're also going to look at some of what Tony's been into. And you guys are going to just basically see a lifetime kind of catch up too. He's got some cool stuff in that office with him that I want him to show you guys. All right, so let's get back to these two brothers and keep going for a few minutes. At the end of Tony was in the first play, man. The first play, one of the first plays I ever did, and Tony was in it with me, and I was thinking of this play the other day, bro, because I was thinking about Pete's Dragon as well, is about a kid who sees and has an invisible friend.
Yeah, you talking about Harvey.
Harvey, yeah.
Yeah, I played. I think I played Bill Filbert, maybe.
Yep, yeah. And were wasn't there an effect we had to do backstage for Harvey?
Yeah, that, and we did quite a few because we were in drama together for a while.
Yeah. Tony started that drama club with me. I mean, at least Miss Monroe credited us with starting it up at Edgewood Academy. Yeah, I was thinking about Harvey the other day. This will be a fun chat, dude. Thanks for stopping in, man. At the end of so here we have Ochile arrive. All right. So he comes, the second brother comes and does all the stuff. The third brother, who was the eldest and the most powerful politically, was unwilling to reply to the message that his brother Ochile sent him. On the other hand, he detained the messengers, not allowing them to return. Therefore, the two brothers, persuaded and urged by Hernando, again sent other messengers on the same errand, adding very favorable words in praise of the Spaniards, saying that he should not fail to accept the peace and friendship these Christians. Where's our sound effect? I'm going to get Tony. Tony, see, no, I can't get anybody to help me produce. You can help me produce, Tony.
Okay.
We need sound effects for every time they call the Indians barbarians and they label themselves Christians.
Right, yeah.
Right, okay. The friendship that these Christians offered him.
I really wish I had something around here.
I know, right? Like something to...
Yeah.
For they warned him that they were not people whom he could presume to conquer in war, that personally they were exceedingly brave and were regarded as invincible, and by their lineage, quality, and nature, they were children of the sun and the moon, their gods. And as such, they had come from out there where the sun rises. They brought some animals they called horses, so swift, brave, and strong that it was impossible to escape them by flight, nor could they be resisted with arms and force. Therefore, as brothers concerned for his life and his safety, they begged him not to refuse, to accept that which was conducive thereto, because to do otherwise would be simply to seek evil and harm for himself and his vassals and his lands. Vitichuco responded most extraordinarily, with a greatness of mind never before heard or imagined in an Indian, so that certainly
in an Indian.
Well, they're not even Indians. I mean,
Is this Christopher Columbus? Who are we talking about?
No, this is Hernando DeSoto.
Because it sounds exactly like how Columbus described when he went back to
yeah just as barbarians. But what's so funny and what we're picking up to pieces here is while they're labeling them barbarians, they're describing these massive roads they were walking on. They're describing towns everywhere, and they're describing chiefs who had like this code of honor that they had to uphold, and they knew diplomacy. They knew how to handle themselves in a way that they even said here would rival the dudes back in Spain, But yeah, they had to call them barbarians so that they could take the land.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, it's stealing, which it was. I argue you after reading this
still
to tell
stealing
me otherwise.
if they come to bring a god, they are still stealing.
Yeah.
Well, we've been through that. They weren't bringing Christianity. That was all. That was just like is like it's just a wrapper for them to march under, a banner.
That's the weapons of mass destruction for George Bush.
There you go. This is exactly what it is, bro. That's exactly what it is. Got to get that oil. Oil.
Well, they did give the offer of the measles. That was
Yeah.
Yeah, they did leave a bioweapon behind, no doubt. And they did handle the Epstein parts of society because they sex trafficked, between the chiefdoms. They would, man. They'd outright ask for like 300 women, and then they'd take them till they got to the other town, and then they'd let them go, and they'd ask for, the men are randy, and they kept a few of those, so we need more or less, and it was just as part of what they did, man.
Golly.
They saw it as what would they call it? Like, earthly necessities or whatever, the human necessities of the soldiers. Okay, so we're talking about how extraordinarily Vitichuco responded. That he spoke could be... If the extravagant threats that he made and the arrogant words that he spoke could be written as the messengers reported, none of the bravest gentlemen who the divine Ariosto, and the most illustrious and enamored Count Matteo Maria Boiardo, his predecessor. So this dude is writing before 1600, right? Because the Chronicles, Tony, where Hernando was here 1539 to 1543. So that's why there's all these references we will not understand. Now, Ricardo, Mr. Portugal, you should know who Count Matteo Maria Boiardo, his predecessor, and other celebrated poets are. You're slacking, bro.
Why?
And other
Because you know all of the Canadians? I'm from Portugal, not from Spain. That is
You're
the
actually
kingdom
one
of Leon y Castilla, not the kingdom of Portugal.
Oh, well, thank you for showing off, and you're actually one of my only 2 Canadian contacts. So, thank you very much, Mr. International up here. Back to Canada soon, we do hope, and Godspeed. All right, so he's trying to say that these threats would not be believed in the way he said them if all these other poets and contemporaries introduce in their works would equal those of this Indian native. In the long interval that has passed meanwhile, many of them have been forgotten, and also the order in which they were spoken has been lost. But those who would remember them say explicitly that those words written in the following chapter indisputably and certainly are his, which he sent to say to his 2 brothers in reply to the embassy they sent to him. Okay, so here we get Vitichuco's letter, and this will probably get us towards the end of our reading time. And so the first messengers he kept, sent nothing. The second messengers he decides to send back with some replies.
Yeah, because DeSoto couldn't be sure if some animal, panthers, bears, had eaten, or
Right.
they were kept there, right?
So we have to make certain. And look at how they label it. Concerning the arrogant and presumptuous reply of Vitichuco, and how his brothers go to persuade him to peace.
It's. I think it's important to give some context to that phrase.
Freedom-loving, self-preserving, and they go with arrogant and presumptuous.
Yeah, because what they were offering is either you give us what I want, or I'll burn your village to the ground. So
Right.
it's quite reasonable. So he's going to be, he's being completely disproportionate to the offerings.
Balls of steel is what I would label it as. But. All right, so here is the brothers' reply to the 2 brothers. Let me clear my throat beforehand so Ricardo can't make fun of me again. I got Tony here this time, Ricardo, so
That's right.
you're outnumbered. We've probably got some bullying to apologize for later, Tony.
Oh, definitely.
Definitely. It is very clear that you are young and lacking in judgment and experience to say what you do concerning these Spaniards. You praise them highly as virtuous men who do no harm or injury to anyone, and say that they are very brave and are children of the sun and deserve whatever service is done them. The confinement in which they have placed you, and the vile and cowardly spirit that has overcome you there in the short time since you have submitted to serve and become slaves, causes you to speak like women. Sorry, ladies. His word, his word, his word. Causes you to speak like women, praising what ought to be condemned and abhorred. Do you not see that these Christians cannot be better than the former ones who committed so many cruelties in this land, since they are of the same nation and laws? Are you not warned of their treachery and perfidy? If you were men of good judgment, you would see that their very lives and actions show them to be children of the devil and not of the sun and the moon, our gods, because they go from one land to another, killing, robbing, and sacking whatever they find. taking the wives and daughters of others without bringing their own. And in order to settle and make establishments, they are not content with any country of all those that they see and traverse, for it delights them to go about like vagabonds, supporting themselves by the labor and sweat of others. If they were virtuous, as you say, they would not leave their own country, for they could make use of their virtue there, sowing, planting, and breeding in order to sustain life without prejudice to others and infamy on their own part. But they go about as highwaymen, adulterers, and murderers, without shame before men or fear of any God. Tell them not to enter my territory. I promise them, however valiant they may be, that if they set foot in it, they shall not leave. For I will consume, put an end to all of them. Half of them will be roasted to death, and the others boiled. This was the first reply that the messengers brought from Vitichuco concerning. Go
Okay,
ahead,
so-
Ricardo. I hear you leaning in.
I want to clarify what is the notion of the Vidichuku saying that they are not the sons of God, but the sons of the devil.
The devil, I get where you're going. So I'm sure that was their way of of expressing negative spirit, not positive spirit, right? So if the brothers were trying to say to him, they are from, whatever, the son, then what would I'm not completely well versed in native localized Ocali mythology, or I don't
but
know.
The
what
worst thing that I've heard in native traditions are something that we might call it as the Arabic jinn, which sometimes can be beneficial,
like a
and
demon.
sometimes it's tries to trick you. So it's the tricksters. It's the water spirits that you see. It's the panther, or the long tail panther. It's according to the traditions I've heard, they can be helpful, or they might not like that you are in their territory, and so they drown you in their lakes, for instance, or certain traditions you can't go into the water after doing I can't remember what, because you're not coming back, and so on and so forth. But that's how far negatively they go. They had no notion of hell or devil.
Right. I guess we should account for the fact that Juan Ortiz, right, or one of the other captured, but most primarily, I think, at this part of the venture, Juan Ortiz would have been translating, right? And so I'm sure that the initial translation is rough. And then we've got approximately 3 years that go by, right, before these people, meaning the expeditioners, make it to Mexico. So I don't know what was written and logged, if anything, during the time. So anything that's being reported has gone through several filters before
But
we're
there is
getting
another perspective, because if you remember our James P. Shears, they would have had contact with Christianity at least little after the year 1000.
Yeah, but you're talking extreme North America, right? Because
No,
you're
no,
talking
no. that's
Wisconsin.
South. No, Wisconsin is not a coastal area.
But I thought the story there was that when the Norse had come over,
But that's that's
when they had contact with
Newfoundland,
Christians.
higher up. No, because you had people sailing from Portugal. These 7 bishops around the year 1100, fleeing
Okay.
the Moor invasions, and they end
Okay.
up in the middle of the United States, right, the middle of the coast. Right, and then they spread there. Some came back, and one of them stayed in Greenland, the other stayed in the mainland. So the other layer to this is they could be slipping into the truth that Christianity was already well known, at least to a well-educated native, as that king, as that chief would be. informed of all things. He would be aware of even of the Bible and what it says, and so he would be. They are not from their God; they are from their devil. You understand what I'm saying? So he could be even more accurate that we are led to believe, because they could.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Have somehow trickled in the mythology. Yeah. Either way, it's a stout letter, and it seems like we finally have a chief that does not want to give in to these insane demands, that he either give his shit over completely or die.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not foreseeing a happy future for him and his people, but we'll find out in the next chapters.
So it's actually quite a story coming up that is really good. I think everybody's going to enjoy it. There's a page from further on that I've had to save. Let me see where we've got ahead of us that's a good stopping point, or where precisely, since the end of the letter, it may be a pretty decent stopping
Yeah,
point.
I think there is a good place to stop, because when we start,
wanna
you
stop
read the
there?
second answer and you have a good introduction of where we are.
Oh, well, tell you what, let's do this. We've got one page before the whole section ends, and we get to what happens with Vitachuka. All right, and that will give us closer to our 2 hours of reading. I got one page left. Let's do that, and then we're done reading. You good with that, Tony?
Oh yeah, no rush.
This was the first reply that the messengers brought from Vitachuco. Following it, he sent many other messages, so that the 2 or 3 Indians came every day, always blowing a trumpet, and they ordered new threats and other menaces greater than the previous ones. Vitachuco thought to frighten them with various kinds of deaths he said he would visit upon the Castilians, imagined in his fierce mind. Sometimes he sent to say that when they should come to his province, it would happen that the earth would open and swallow them all up. Other times he would order that wherever the Spaniards marched, the hills that were there would close together and trap them in their midst, burying them alive. Or that when the Spaniards should pass through a forest of pines and other very tall and thick trees that were along the road, he would order that such violent and furious winds should blow that they would throw the trees down upon them and crush all of them. At other times, he said that he would order a great multitude of birds to pass over them with venom in their beaks, so that they would let fall upon the Spaniards, with which they would become putrid and corrupt, without any way of escaping it. Or that he would poison the waters, grasses, trees, the fields, and even the air in such a manner that neither men nor horse among the Christians could escape with their lives. So that all of this may serve as a warning that those who might afterwards have the boldness to go to his country against his will. These wild messages and other similar ones, again, a barbarian, a pretty creative dude. Birds with venom in their beaks to drop on you. These wild messages and other similar ones Vitachuco sent to say to his brothers and the Spaniards together, with which he showed the ferocity of his spirit. And although at the time the Castilians laughed and joked about his words, because they seemed to them absurd and foolish, as they were, that's judgmental there, Sir Arthur. Because of what this Indian did afterward, as we shall see below, they understood that they had not been simply words, but most ardent desires of a heart as brave and arrogant as his was, and that they were not born of foolishness or simple-mindedness, but of an excess of temerity and ferocity. Told y'all it's going to be a good story. With these and other such messages that he sent the Spaniards anew every day, this chief amused them during the 8 days they spent in traveling through the states of the other two brothers, who served and entertained the Castilians with all their resources and goodwill, giving them to understand that they desired to please them. On the other hand, they labored with all energy and solicitude to win the eldest brother to Hernando's obedience and service. Seeing that the messages and persuasions they sent him availed little or nothing, they agreed to act as messengers themselves. Telling Hernando of their decision, they asked permission to carry it out, which he granted, along with many gifts and offers of friendship for them to take to Vitichuco. With the presence of his brothers, and with all that they told him on Hernando's behalf, and on their own, and learning that the Spaniards were already within his territory and could do him harm if they liked, it seemed well to Vitichuco to put aside the ill will and hatred he felt towards the Castilians, saving it for a better time and occasion, which he expected to find it in the carelessness and confidence the Spaniards would feel in his pretended friendship. Then, under guise of it, he would kill them all the more easily, with less danger than in open war. With the sinister intention, he changed the harsh words that he had used hitherto to others of much suavity and gentleness, saying to his brothers that he had not believed that the Castilians were people of such good parts and qualities as they had told him, that now he was convinced of it. He would be very glad to have peace and friendship with them, but that first he wished to know how many days they would be in his country, what quantity of provisions he would have to give them when they went, and what other things they would need for their journey. The two brothers sent a courier to the governor with this message, and he replied that they would not stay longer in his territory than Vitichuca deemed desired to have them, nor did they want more supplies than he saw fit to give them, or need anything else except his friendship, with which they would have all that was necessary. Thus ends this evening's reading portion of the show from the DeSoto Chronicles. We will pick up soon with, why am I trying to show you all that? Y'all can't read. Vitichuco comes out peacefully, plots treason against the Spaniards, and communicates it to the interpreters. Okay, how's it going, chat? We haven't seen you in a minute.
And do you have something for you on Discord?
Discord? What about that?
They're trying to reach you.
Oh. Somebody's trying to reach me? About what, bro? Yes. Absolutely. Because I would love to take 5 minutes. That is a yes. Okay, Tony, we're going to have one other guest pop in here, Jacqueline, who is my other Canadian connection. She's up in Canada. She also, this week she's doing a little series on X called Unseen Wednesdays, and she hosts the Universe Unveiled podcast with Sarah, who I believe Sarah spoke to us earlier. Well, when Jacqueline put out her Unseen Wednesday this Wednesday, it was on Chief Tuscaloosa. So I wanted to give her the opportunity to come on and sort of talk about it. And so I offered it to her, but she works, a lot of hours every day. And so she was like, I'm tired, bro. How about Friday? So I sent her an invite, and she just asked if she could pop on. And I said, yes, get your butt in here. I'm sorry I didn't. Oh, excuse me. See it sooner. Because that will give me the perfect opportunity to take 3 minutes and go refill my coffee cup and get ready to sit down and have a little talk and show and tell with Tony. So yeah, man, definitely. Thank you for telling me. That's a badass thumbnail. You want me to tease it, Sarah? Can I tease your thumbnail?
You seen the first one there?
What?
There are 2 thumbnails. But
Damn,
the first one, they are all so serious.
Oh, I know. This is great, man. This is really good. Okay, so this is who's about to join us, Tony. Jacqueline, the one on, I guess you're right. I'll show you. So this is the show they've got coming out. This is Jacqueline over here with the glasses.
Okay.
Okay. And that's Sarah back over there. And this is their guest this week, who is Sarah Braley. Tammy, that's your friend, right? Or from up in Putnam County, New York. Look at, guys, this is what the conversation I'm going to get started here for a sec while I go get my coffee cup, and I'll wait for Jacqueline, of course. Is look at already what the Institute, right? So Tony, we've got the Institute of Natural Philosophy. Ricardo down here kind of started it. There's Jay Quills. What's up, girl?
What's up?
What's up, bro? welcome.
What's going on?
Nothing. You're perfectly timed. You're perfectly timed.
This
who
used
am
to
I
be
here
a
to
well-frequented place. Seriously.
I know, right? We're lowering our standards. We're lowering our standards here.
Ricardo,
So-
it's time for you to go to bed.
No shit.
It
It's
is.
like 2 a.m. over there. I need to turn out my light here.
It's
Get my
only
nighttime
2
light
a.m.
on.
You still have another 2 hours
'Cause I'm
before
done
you
reading.
can consider getting to bed.
So, no, Jake Wills, you've actually seriously welcome. You've got perfect timing. First, let me introduce Tony Montgomery down there. I went to high school with Tony.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up,
how you
Tony?
doing? How you doing?
Yeah,
I'm good, thanks.
Tony and I, we saw each other once, really good at your house, like what 10 plus years ago.
Yeah.
And then we've bumped into each other once, like out at the store, and that's been about it. And anyway, Tony and I are going to have a chat later on that you're welcome to stick around for a minute for.
Well, if you haven't been out in the woods, Tony, you probably haven't seen Jason.
He
Yeah.
hasn't. Right, exactly. Thank you, Jacqueline. So, Jacqueline, let's first tell everybody at home, Universe Unveiled podcast, co-host thereof, also on the board with me, as I was telling Tony, at the Institute of Natural Philosophy. One of the founders down here below us, Ricardo. That's what that IFNP stands for, Tony. Jacqueline, I've been reading for 2 hours, and I don't know how long of a conversation I've got ahead of me and with me and Tony.
Lord. Go refill or something.
So yeah, I'm gonna go refill coffee, but before I do that, I'm gonna kind of give us a little something to chat about for the 3 minutes while I go refill. So I was just showing the thumbnail for the Universe Unveiled episode. You guys, the one Sarah just put in our Discord, the Stone
yeah?
Chambers of Putnam County.
Yeah.
Right. And so that was a friend, if I'm right, of Tammy's, right? Who is a friend of ours
Yes.
from, okay. So that to me is sort of an example, right, of what what the Institute is sort of about and wanting, and this community we're trying to be a part of, but also on our own sort of build. And this to me seems like sort of a wonderful example of that happening. If I'm reading everything right, a contact came to you through Tammy, who came to us through finding our work and joining
Sure.
us on Discord and
The
doing their own
network.
work.
The network.
The network that's starting to do this deal.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool, and that seemed to me like a talking point. If you guys don't mind, just sort of talking. And Tony, you jump in wherever you want, and.
Am I getting paid for this gig? I'm
You
just
are.
wondering.
You are. No, I'm glad. What I do. I mean, what I know. You'll probably want me here for, but I do want to talk to you for a second about is just your piece on Unseen Wednesdays
Sure.
and Tuscaloosa, and kind of your take on what you read and all that.
Sure.
But yeah, let me get this out of the way.
Hold
Let
that
me
thought.
go get me
Sure,
a new
just
water bottle.
abandon your own show. Just
Man.
go.
Okay, bye. I'm
Look.
here to take over.
Okay, Tony, everyone here but me, of everyone here but me, I am the youngest when it comes to podcasting time. In fact, this guy, Ricardo, his nickname amongst everyone, us, like I guess us, is the Podfather, okay?
He's the
So-
father of the pod.
Right, so he's got plenty of hours logged. And of course, Jacqueline over here at Universe Unveiled was the first interview I ever did. And the first
Yeah.
podcast I was on, so they obviously have been at it longer than me, and sort of
Just
helped
barely,
me.
bro. We just had our 1 year.
I know,
Just
but you
barely.
You still helped
You
me
were
get
you
my
were
sea
you were
legs,
doing
man.
your solo
Well,
soliloquies
but that's,
on
that's
Rumble.
different. It's different, dude, than all of this, right? I mean, being
This
out
is
in the
way
wild,
easier. Are you
being out
kidding?
in the wild and alone and doing this. That's just a whole nother game from sitting here and constantly having your brain going, there's people watching, you better be entertaining.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Because it's much easier to speak to your phone in the middle of
Yeah, not
nowhere.
for me. That
Well, it's
amazes me. I like, what the hell do you talk about?
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'll shut up and I'll let you say that. Because to me, guys, it's just me I'm used to being by myself and whatever, talking to things that don't have bodies. So
Okay.
you know what I mean?
We'll just
What did
leave
the
that
what did
one
the
there.
apostle Paul say?
You see,
I
Tony,
confer not with flesh and
Jason.
blood. You know.
when Jason has to do a repost or promote something, he doesn't write. He picks in phone and he films himself talking.
He does a
about
film it. Yeah, he
So
doesn't
he
write a
does
post. He
what-
does the
what-
talking.
99% of the people can't do. That is just go in front of the camera and record
just
out
talk,
of-
yeah.
talk, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
don't
shut
tell
up.
me about inexperience, okay? Because
Fuck off.
go get your
I'm
coffee.
trying to
Go,
give y'all
go,
a
go,
compliment.
go get your
You
coffee.
two,
This
I
guy,
can't
Tony.
handle.
Go get your coffee.
You cannot talk good about him for like more than 2 seconds, or he's going to flip it on you. All right, I'm going to get my coffee. Y'all tell everybody about the Institute. Say hello to Tony. Tony, thank you. Please excuse me for 1 second, and then you
No
and I
worries.
will pick up with our catch up.
You come and visit the guy, and he leaves you here with us.
No,
All right. That's all good.
Look, y'all, it's a
I
full
swear
day,
we're nice.
I'll just be like I normally am on Teams meetings at work. I just kind of sit in the back and don't say anything. You know?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't
It would
blame
be
No.
you.
much worse if we were both strangers to you.
Right.
It'd be so
No.
much worse.
Well, half the
Start
time I don't
bringing
know
out-
the people in the Teams meeting. So yeah, it's
Start bringing out some
Cool.
of the collectibles.
right.
And,
Yeah.
and Tony's supposed to be getting to work on sound effects because we don't want like fake ones. You know, we want the instrument actually.
Yeah. I'll have a
Yeah.
drum set next time.
Exactly. we can't mess around with anything. You guys have fun. I'm going to shut up and go. I'll be 3 minutes.
Go.
Okay, have a good time.
Yeah, last time you said that it was 2 hours, but that's fine.
Look at him. You
Am I
crack me
going to have
up.
to put a wedding ring on your finger because you're talking to me like my ex-wife? You know, so-
So you
Hey,
better make
if
it
you
right.
marry him, if you marry him,
Actually,
he can
everyone in my
move to the
family says
States.
that. However long he tells you, just don't listen to it because there's probably woods on the way and he's probably stopping.
Yeah, that'd be accurate. Yeah. Ricardo.
Tell me.
Yeah. What time did you guys start? At
We
You're-
started 2 hours and 1 minute ago.
Oh, okay. In Portugal, it's 5 hours ahead, Tony.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's 2:07.
Well, it's 6
Slow
hours
start.
ahead from you guys in Alabama.
Yeah.
It's 5 for me.
Yeah. So, explain to us what is this new episode on Wednesday on Universe Unveiled.
The one he's talking about with Sarah?
Yeah.
Well, it's Sarah, not my Sarah, but the Sarah that we interviewed. Yeah, so it's going to be, it's Sarah Braley, who we met through Tammy, as he explained, friend of Tammy. So Tammy's been posting all these fabulous photos of these stone structures. She lives in New York State, and they have like all these vaulted ceiling style stone structures that are there that many people try to chalk up to the fact that they are like root cellars and whatnot, but they don't really function or seem to be like, that's not a good enough explanation for a lot of people if you really take a good look at them. So this girl, Sarah Braley, without giving away too much information on the episode, so you have to watch the episode, she is the town historian for Athens, New York, if I remember that correctly. And she started looking into these stone structures and found all sorts of cool stuff that she probably wasn't supposed to find. So she agreed to come on our podcast and talk to us. She's never done a podcast before. And she just kind of been like nose in the books, doing research for the last a couple years. Like, this has been her passion project apart from her regular day-to-day job, which is historically related. And she has tons of information on these stone structures and has gotten into places and seen documentation in places where maybe she shouldn't have, but she weaseled her way in there and she's been able to collect a lot of information on it. And one of the reasons why we wanted to have her on is because this summer she is hosting her first ever weekend conference So they're gonna have a bunch of speakers. They got a space in like a public park, and they're gonna have a bunch of speakers who are talking about the historical significance of these stone structures. People who she also thought to include people who are naysayers, so people who don't believe that they are, more ancient than the last couple hundred years, and people who think that they're root sellers. Bless their hearts. So she's providing people information from both sides and letting them just, decide for themselves, which I found very commendable. Yeah, so we did a whole episode with her. She gave us an awesome presentation, which I wasn't expecting. And she's a really nice girl, and I am looking forward to everyone seeing the episode, and then also getting her back after she has her conference, and so we can follow up with her and see how did it go. Was there any ancient history fist fights? We'll see. Yeah, and that's that. And Sarah, our Sarah, was having a hell of a time getting Riverside to make the thumbnail. So that's been like the saga for the last couple days. She posted it in the group chat. We look very angry. The thumbnail just keeps generating these images that it looks like we're really pissed off that we had to do a podcast instead of excited. Yeah. So, yeah. And that's is that on Wednesday? I don't know if it's Wednesday, Ricardo, or if it's next Wednesday.
It's
the 17th. It's going to come out on the 17th. So that's
not this one.
The next one is the 10th, and then it's the week after. Because we just did the UU crew, the birthday party.
Because normally when they go upper into the interior of the country or upper going north from New York area, you'll find dolmens that, if there were people coming from Europe, North and British and South and so on, they wouldn't have the time, because they are sailing through the rivers. They wouldn't have the time to build a proper dolmen, right? And so what they did is a large piece of stone on top of 3 little stones.
Right.
And we find lots of those 3 little stones with a large orthostat piece on top of them.
Right.
But in New York, they are actually, as we see them in Ireland, and so they are vertical orthostats with a top.
She described them to me as being very similar to the ones that they find in Sardinia.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they are also tolos.
Tolos. Yes. So vaults, and often there's ones that have been some of them are huge, and multiple rooms with an entrance and a window on the opposite side that are aligned with the solstice, etc. Lots of different examples of that. It was very interesting, her presentation. I wish really we do our podcast is we do long form podcasts every second Wednesday, and it's 2 hours, right? You're not going to get people to watch for much longer than 2 hours. So
3 minutes.
No, we have some diehards who always stick through to the end.
Yeah, I'm not talking about our audience, but most people have a very limited.
Most people, that's very true. That's very true.
Attention span.
I was wishing that we had much more time, because I felt like I needed more information, and she had it. She had a really good presentation. She was a good talker. Maybe it was nervous talk, but she did really, really good.
You have to ask her to write an article for the next issue of the magazine. See if we can.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
Her. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Oh, our host decided to honor
look what
us
the cat
with his
dragged
presence. Yeah. It's only been 45 minutes, so that's fine.
He can't hear us.
I was gonna,
yeah.
I was gonna sit down with, so y'all are gonna give me a hard time no matter how long I was gone.
That's right. You got it.
Now,
so might as well spend the actual 45 minutes.
Yeah, I should have left the microphone on, so y'all could have heard what Jacob was up to. So, we might have problems finishing Vitachuka's story.
Why? Uh-oh. Jacob. Oh, that little brat.
Wow.
What a little shit.
So that was what he was doing. He was eating. The story.
Okay,
He
so
was eating the story.
so
Uh-oh.
he sped us up a little bit.
I don't
That's
know.
what he
I
did.
don't know if you remember where Chong had to do to get his weed back,
Oh yeah.
but you have to go
not-
around with a small bag.
That's a lot of pages. So we're missing from 160 to 199.
Oh no, Jacob.
So now all we have is my copy then.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Which
have a
you don't
copy,
have.
Ricardo.
Digital
What
one,
did you
yeah.
do
Oh,
with the
okay.
rest of the pages, though, dude? Where are they? Oh no!
He
Oh
was-
no!
It's a magic trick. Where are they?
It's gonna
They're
be
gone.
a bad. It's gonna be a bad poo tomorrow morning. I'm serious. Look,
it's gonna be
look. So you see
dry.
all these pages sticking up? I
I'm
got
sure-
that. Okay.
I'm sure.
But what I
that
don't have is all of
Oh no.
Jason, I'm
Wow.
sure that like the dog of Chong, it will blow your dog's mind.
that. It's gonna blow something. All right, let me peek and see if I'm missing those, because otherwise we're gonna be dealing with a vomitous dog in a moment. Hang on. What did you do, man? What did you do?
What did you do?
Is that it?
It's like having a toddler forever.
I'm trying to read.
He's trying to absorb the subject. Yeah.
Okay, here's about half of what I'm missing.
Okay, that's good.
Hey, we can even read from this.
It was just a snack.
Oh no, wait a minute.
So
Yeah, that's it. Okay, I found some of it.
does this mean we can start interviewing Jacob about this?
So, what were y'all talking about before I so rudely?
Oh, we were talking about Sarah Braley that Sarah and I interviewed.
Before her, see, Jacob wanted to give us his opinion of Hernando, is what it is. Since
Yeah.
he couldn't talk, he decided to eat. You just spit it out.
Spit it out.
Spit it out.
Jacob.
He's like, what? I don't like him.
This is what I do to you. No, 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 no.
This is what I do to Hernando. Yeah. Okay. We'll get back to that later, but if you find any more, bring it back over here, please, so I can see you to take it away from you. Thank you. Don't look at me like that. I'm not mad. You don't have to give me the puppy dog eyes. Okay, everybody, I interrupted. Where were we?
We were just having a
Making
chat.
time.
Waiting for you.
Wait,
We
not
had a
not
tremendous-
hearing Jacob.
We had a tremendous
No, I did not
problem.
hear it.
We couldn't stop Tony from talking, but
Right.
That's all
Tony,
right.
were you just regaling them of stories of the football
oh,
field
we
or
couldn't shut him
the
up.
high school
really.
stage?
Right. Yeah. No. No. Not yet.
Yeah, Tony can let all the dark secrets from high school
Uh-oh.
out.
Is that how you guys know each other? You play football.
Yeah, we've
What-
been friends since
well-
5th grade.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, it was ninth grade? Yeah, ninth grade.
Oh, you came in 9th? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I moved up here in ninth grade.
That's right.
So in our high school, Jacqueline was, how many were in our class, Tony? 30 or 20?
Oh,
29?
26.
Like your graduating
26.
class?
Yeah.
1926. I knew it. You were vampires.
Yeah, the whole ninth grade we bounced between probably 26 and 30, as you went from ninth to 10th to 11th
yeah,
to
yeah.
12th. It's the same 30 folks or same 27 folks.
That's wild. The high school I went
So-
to, the graduating, like with the year I graduated. So by that time, by the time you get to grade 12, some people have dropped off because they don't graduate. The graduating class at my high school was 1,200 people.
Yeah. See, we had 340 in the whole school complete.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
K through 12.
Oh,
That's
wow.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Is-
No, I had 36 students in my classes. So,
Really.
yeah, which is
Yeah.
too much. I was very happy when I learned that my daughters had, I think the most they had was 16, but it always 12,
pretty good.
14. That's excellent.
That's good.
Well, it got us pretty well educated. I mean,
That's
as far
because
as
everybody went to the city, and I'm still living in the country.
Yeah, I think it helped too. We formed a tighter bond than most. Uh,
yeah, I
I
mean,
guess
it's a very
classmates.
different experience, wasn't it, Tony?
Yeah,
It is.
definitely.
And we had, you had Jacqueline. You knew your teachers. You know what I mean?
Sure,
Like
sure. Like
you
elementary school in Canada, we do elementary to grade 6 and then middle 7, 8, 9, and then high school's 10, 11, 12. So my other schools were like much smaller. And that's funny because I really don't have any friendships that have lasted from high school, but I'm friends with a couple of people that I went to elementary and middle school with.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually my mom was one of our teachers, so
Oh wow.
and she's now the principal there. So
Oh.
is she?
And
yeah,
was it those cases where it's good that our mother is one of the teachers, or is
no,
it because it
No,
demands
no,
much
no.
more of you?
When is it
Not-
good?
It demands
No, we-
more
For
of you.
him.
yeah, we would get it double time then.
Sure.
Not for him, but
Yeah.
it certainly helped. I mean,
Sure.
I think it helped me. I hated it when Miss Montgomery wasn't when she became our homeroom because I'd had her for class and I was a fucking ball, dude. Because I was always over at Tony's house, you know what I mean? And so you have
Yeah.
certain carte blanche and a way of behaving with each other that you pick up just because whatever.
So it's
I'm
good for
running through her
everybody.
living room while she's on the couch doing her thing. So I found it helpful.
Good for everybody but Tony.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, exactly. I'd look at Tony and go, "You actually did that homework?" Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have a choice on a lot of stuff. I actually had to study for some of the exams, but yeah,
Yeah.
it was fun.
Yeah, we'll get into those for sure. I think here in just a little bit. We don't want to devolve unless you guys just want to start telling high school stories. We'll trade. But Jacqueline, I did want to offer you sort of the opportunity, since you actually are here in person, and last time I talked about your own series, and I talked about what you had to say about Tuscaloosa. But since we just got done reading the DeSoto Chronicles, and I know you like to listen to us do that,
Well,
Siri,
yes.
why are you doing on? I mean, for the knowledge, not that you like to hear Ricardo and I talk. I mean, God, who would?
Well, that too.
But that you like to pick up the knowledge. So
That
I just
too.
kind of wanted
There are
to give you.
masochists,
You guys are like
There are.
coincidentally, you guys are in my top 3 favorite podcasts on the internet.
That's
Right?
crazy because you're like my number one too.
Wow.
So what a small world.
I never
man.
miss an episode of Shaman and Philosopher. Never miss an episode of. Sometimes
Who
I
gets
miss.
to like?
Or yours. I watch yours every evening because you do it throughout the week, and it's a perfect timing, as I've told you before. And then the Round Table Chronicles. Sometimes I do miss, but I go back and I watch it after the fact. Yeah. So.
Yeah, who gets the opportunity to like hang out with their favorite podcaster every week? I mean, it's like.
Well, I can just message you anytime I want, so there's that.
It's not that he
See,
replies.
I was
because he's
just
in the middle
calling
of the
you one of
woods.
my favorites, and I see you're going to reference Sarah. I see how we're going to play this game,
Well,
Ricardo.
she is my number one.
Ricardo,
She's my number
okay,
one.
Have you got the button ready? Okay, remember the eject button we designed? Okay. Hang on a second, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to reject her compliment first, and then.
Let
So
me
I
just
wanted
put the
to
parachute.
bring you. Yeah, right. I wanted to bring you in, Jacqueline, for 1 second. If you just wanted to talk about, your post that I talked about last show, or in any way, I guess, sort of what you've learned or learning about the natives or Tuscaloosa in particular, anything. Since you graced us with your
Well-
presence, I kind of want to give you the floor for half a sec.
A little half a second. Well, my Unseen Wednesday post is just like my little effort to just put forth a really small snippet, like a little tiny biopsy of a historical figure, of people that most people maybe never heard of or don't know very much about. So that's why I call it Unseen Wednesdays, right? So people who actually have really significant part that they played in our history, but don't always get the recognition or aren't a favorite of the mainstream, if you will. So I have lots of different historical figures picked out. So I kind of go in and I do my write up and post it every Wednesday. And I had actually finished my write up for this week. And then I was just sitting there and I think you messaged something in the group chat and then I saw your name and I thought, you know what? Like maybe it was the night that earlier in the week, you guys did read on Monday night, didn't you? You were talking about the chief and I'm listening and I'm loving the story and you actually, I'm the one that told you, I want you to read the book. Like just read the book cover to cover because I want to hear it, you know?
I wasn't going to mention it, but you're kind of also part of the reason for the timing. You and Tammy and a few others, you know.
Yeah, I get home from work and it's like the perfect wind down. Jason has a good reading voice and he's very intimate with the subject. And so it becomes like a personal experience because he can kind of interpret and interject in the places where some of the wording or the references get lost because I know he's familiar with the topic. So
Yeah,
I
he just likes it because the dog's going to the water. That's right.
leave
Tony,
him alone. Will you leave him alone? You
Tony,
two, they're
remind
like
me-
brothers. They just fight
Remind me
constantly.
not to plug either of them again.
Yeah.
Because as soon as I do, it devolves into them compliment and just shut up.
Okay.
Thank you. But in all seriousness, all I wanted to say was, you know, you.
I know.
mean, you
Let me
are.
finish my part, okay?
The
So
floor's yours.
I had finished my Unseen Wednesday for the week. And then it just occurred to me, you know what? I want to do the chief. I want to get it out of the way because it had kind of been in the back of my mind. And I messaged you and I said, hey, yo, bro, do you mind? I'll tag you, send people to your page because that's where the wealth of the information is. And that's where I got the story. Jason is the one that brought this story alive for me. I had never heard of it. So, Jason was like, of course, you know. So I wanted to and my posts are very short. They're only four threads long. So I have to make it as impactful as possible so that people actually read through it. So I hope I did the legendary Chief Tuscaloosa justice and telling his story and how brave he was and how moral and upright of a human being he was. And, you know, there's something to be said about somebody who stands on those morals even in the face of death. And so it's just a very moving story for me. It has been since the first time I heard you tell it. And it's compounded by the fact that I know how important it is to you and how passionately you have delivered it to me has made it also important to me. So I thank you for that. And you're the total inspiration, bro. And yeah, it's my favorite Unseen Wednesday because it's the one that has meant the most to me. And it was the one that was the easiest for me to write. And I already have my one written for next week because I had already had it ready to post when I changed my mind. So thanks for that too. Yeah, and that's it.
Okay, the check is in the mail. Well done.
My bank won't cash checks under $10. Okay. Yeah.
That was the second offer. The original offer will be sent. Okay, I don't know what to say to that. So what I will say is, wow. Look, I didn't have you on here to talk about me, Jacqueline.
Well,
I know it was kind of hard just because of, you know, the way the topic was introduced to you. But what I will say and what it's an honor to be a part of is the knowledge about this guy we call Chief Tuscaloosa, the knowledge about these people, the reality that was here that has been largely forgotten, right? It's an honor to be part of that and to see that mission is being successfully reflected there's really no words for what that does for one individual. You know, Jacqueline, you and I have been we've known each other for a while now, at least, you know, in in a social internet, sort of way, and then a working way, right? And yeah, you see, I'm not often wordless. But
I know. I'm quite pleased with
you
myself.
kind of got me wordless because not because of what
pleased
you're
with
saying
myself.
about me, I mean, I would like to be clear there, but because I'm seeing something that's important to me occur. I'm seeing other people realize this is important, and I'm seeing other people realize that indeed there is much to our past, that has been kept from us, and I see that in your series. And I see also in Jacqueline, Tony, just passion. I mean, not only is she, work her ass off and have everything going on that any human being does in their full matrix type. I hate to call it that when I'm talking about friends, but it's the word we use.
I
for
gotta
that
pay
whole,
bills, bro.
You got to pay bills, right? It's just
Yeah.
a quick way to say all that,
Yeah.
man. Things have to be done. But yet and still, here she is with this passion, bro, and this. Beyond passion. Passion's not even a word for what you guys do at Universe Unveiled, right? I mean, that's like serious commitment. I've watched you overcome personal fears and all the things that we all sort of traverse as we
Sure.
begin this job of putting things out publicly, right? And I've watched you do all of that, the same things that so many people do for wrong motivations, right?
Sure.
They do for either monetary motivations or for
Well,
egotistical motivations.
For
or
real, I do
for-
have motivations though, right? Like the passion comes from like fulfilling a mission. Like Sarah and I are 100% on board and at the same level, and that's why it works, because our mission is the same, and that is to proliferate and teach people and bring people to the Institute, because it was like this light in the dark for me when I found it and I read this is what we want it to be. I thought, Jesus, if I can get it, if I can help in some way to bring it there, then I'm on board. Right? And so that's the mission, 100%. 100%. Because like when I found the Institute, I'm a student, I'm an anthropology student who doesn't believe in academia. Where am I going to hang out? You know what I mean? So it was important to me, and it just hit me. Like, it was like hitting, instead of hitting a wall, which is what it felt like, okay, when I'm done school, what am I going to do? No university is going to hire me. No university is going to give me funding, because I'm not a yes man. So it was important to me to try to, I was already generating ideas in my head of, okay, I'm going to have to learn to write a lot of books. I'm going to have to figure out a way to travel. I need to bring something to people. I need to bring value with this piece of paper that I'm going to walk away with, because I'm not going to be in academia. I'm not suited for it. And then it was like so weird, because the Institute just kind of fell in front of my face. And I'm there on the website, like reading it. I'm like, what? Like, this is actually what I'm looking for. So it was just something that
That
became
part when it says, "Are you tired of Scientology? Join
Yeah.
us."
Like, it just became something that was so important to me so quickly, I'm like, is this for real? Is this for real? There's actually like more people out there who are trying to find a way to sidestep all this and do something on their own, And it just became a mission for me. So that's where the passion comes from. That is the reason why I do it. So I do have a selfish reason, if you will. It's to build a place where people like me have somewhere to hang out, connect with other people, put forth their work. Like, you don't have to be lost out there in the abyss. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do. I'm of the same mind as you.
I know.
I most definitely
That's
do.
why when we found you, we were like, get over here.
I read the same things, I remember
Yeah.
Ricardo sent me a message and he's like, "Hey, I don't know, we might could help each other out." And
Yeah.
I ignored it, or sent back like, "Okay, whatever." But I immediately went and read the same things you read, and I was like, I always
Okay.
have to delay, I always I won't let myself take an action like that. Like, I'll delay a day. But I was like, as soon as I read it, I was like,
Yeah,
you
I'm a
may be
gut-
right.
I'm a gut instinct person, and I just
So-
knew straight away.
Right.
Girls out there, He's terrible on the first date, but give him a second chance and it'll come through.
It's it depends on how you feel about rocks, honestly.
It really does.
On the first date.
How many rocks can you
seen this.
carry? Listen, I need to know how much weight, like poundage, you can carry in a basket. Are you the girl for me? You need water shoes and a basket for rocks.
Do you like water?
Well, yeah, yeah. I'm
I'd like to go in the river and swim with dogs.
okay. See, I don't want to comment on anything that's happening in real life at the moment, but I promise you, I did show up with my best piece of quartz.
It's like a crow bringing something shiny back to the nest.
This is really important. Okay.
Look what I found.
This is what I'm
amazing.
going to put in your ring.
Like, this is crystal fucking clear. You can see where it came right out in the natives. I mean, it's like you'd buy it in a store for a whole bunch of money, but I found it one day, just right when I stepped in the water. There it was here. You know, yeah, it's pathetic, but it's also, it's myself.
Yeah, that's real.
It's from the heart, brother. So
It is, man. You gotta be you. You got to be you. It is the only thing that will be tolerated in I say now, but certainly the near future. And it's why I, like you, Jacqueline, have myself circled with the people that I do have myself circled with. You know, because as you said, mission, you know, and I what can I say about you saying that the Institute is your mission other than I can echo that, like you say, it is a light, right? For people, I like what you said, that are just looking for not a way around, right? But a bullshit alternative way in which other
Like
like-minded people want to move
A
something
way to
forward.
just be.
To
To
yeah.
just be without being like brushed aside or discredited because you're not
Right.
amongst the lettered crew, you know?
I spent just about enough years wasted, one could say. Who knows how you could describe time in college and schools. But I myself am only 8 hours away from, you know, official degrees and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is what it is.
Speaking of dogs, that's
There we go.
Oh, little.
Oh,
So
yeah, that's our baby
cute.
Dotson. I have 4 of them, so yeah, they're
So cute. You have 4 of them?
yes,
Wow. That's
they're
fun.
my coworkers. They
That's fun.
yeah, they sit here with me all day and drive me nuts. So yeah,
Aw.
Tony,
But this
knew
one in
without us
particular-
saying that the dogs have to be introduced at all times.
oh yeah,
Yeah. We have a rule at Universal
Yeah.
Video. Like you hear the cat. My cat sings like he's the head of a choir. So I pick him up and put him on the screen. Like, okay, here's your moment. If there's animals, yeah, they got to be shown.
So
Yeah, bro.
we're
You were the
particular
inspo.
to-
That's what I'm gonna close all that jazz up with. You were the inspo, and whether or not you intend for that to happen, and I think that it is very, very touching, and it's one of the things that it's one of the reasons why you are such an endeared person to me, because when I see you get touched by the fact that I am trying to highlight a story that you brought to me, that is that's one of the reasons why I love you, because it's so genuine about it. And yeah, of course you're going to inspire people because you're so passionate about it and you're just so all about it. So it's like, funny how that happened. You know what I mean? So
I think she passed the mark for you to send the $20 now.
Yeah. I
yes,
think
I think this is we're pushing on 50 here. Okay, that's like my
Right.
5th compliment. They gotta be worth $10 a pop.
yeah.
Well, I mean, look, Jacqueline, I could give you all kinds of responses, but what I can say is that what people are seeing is they're seeing the power of being you and the power of having people around you that allow you to be you, that try to see you, and that accept you, right? Because that's what I found with these dudes, you know, ladies and dudes here to my left, the same thing you've heard them talking about, right? And there are no words, Jacqueline, for how encouraging and how powerful that is. There are no words for on a day when somebody who's trying to start his own podcast is just feeling a little bit, not like I don't fucking have to. I don't have a boss and I've had a hell of a day. But then you remember that Jacqueline said she's getting home from work and she digs it, And so you're like, well, that's that little thing I needed, to get up and go. Or you've done that many times, you'll give me little comments and the next thing you know, like the whole show's like, like on that direction, right? Because I what I'm trying to say and what I hope I exhibited there is the absolute power, the power that is in having people that not only respect your passion, but that who you see it reflected in. And I don't just mean because you liked what I was passionate about. I mean because I see it reflected in you with or without me in the picture, right? I saw it established with you and Sarah. I see it in Ricardo, right? I see this, whatever you want to call it, words get hard, but call it passion, call it purpose, call it mission, your word, right? And same with my boy Tony here, I've seen for a long time. That's why he just gets an invite out of nowhere. Is, when people have that, you can trust that. You can feel safe with that because you can respect that because you know what that takes, You've had your own, you know what that takes. And that's what I'll say back to you there, champ, is, thank you for the whole step of the way, you and Ricardo and Sarah, and everybody just being what you are yourselves, because there's no greater thing. And this is what, maybe Tony, we can lead into some talking here is there's just no harder, I guess, sometimes. I know everybody can talk to this, but there's also no better valuable, thing one can achieve than to be oneself. And part of that is finding in some level somewhere where one can do that with others. And thank you guys, as I tell you all the time when we get together and we're talking about what all we do. Thank you for providing that. And to others that are interested in finding such a thing, come find us at the Institute of Natural Philosophy.
I love when he
Find
does
us on
this.
Discord. Find us on YouTube. If you too are an independent researcher, entrepreneur. Yeah, I'm not going to do the shtick. But
I love the
come
shtick.
find us.
I love the shtick. Yeah.
Come find us, because what you see around you is real and it's genuine, and we're all in it for passion and purpose.
Yeah, we sure as hell ain't in it for the money. Yeah, no.
Tony, that's actually why you were invited. So this full-time job you have, we're going to need a 10% donation.
Well,
Yeah.
one thing is sure, we are all receiving the same salary.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Tony, we have board meetings, quarterly and all of that, as you have to. And the most absolute simplest part of the entire meeting is when the CFO...
The financial statement
Yes.
is always the same.
Reporting again for this month.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what I guess we're going to do now, Jacqueline, that I've tried to sit here and make this about you, and I'm going to offer you anything else that you want to say or plug. But then Tony has been nice enough to take his time and to come sit and chill with us.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I do want to just chat and see where that goes. And you guys don't have to go anywhere. You're welcome to stay right here, and we do a group chat and hear weird ass stories about me.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to listen. But it's the longest every week on a Friday. I tell myself, gosh, that was the longest week of my life. So I am going to, I came home from work, got something to eat, got some groceries, got something to eat, and then came to visit you. So I'm going to wind down and listen to you. But I thank you. Wind down.
Go ahead. Say thank you.
And listen to you. And I just want to say thank you for asking me to come on. And it was as much about me finally just coming to visit you here, because you visited us so many times at UU. Yeah.
I'm going to say this about you coming here and about you and your cohort there, Sarah. I am going to say to everyone watching this now or who has watched it, please go find Universe Unveiled. find them on YouTube, find them on X, find them on Facebook, find them on Rumble, everywhere you're watching us now. Okay, you're gonna like their content, but really, what you're gonna like is what you've seen us go on about now for the next 20 minutes. Is you're gonna like the authenticity, and if you are an advertiser or large-scale producer or have by any means access to large podcasting abilities, then I would say you're not only gonna find a more talented duo, but a more personally passionate, purposefully driven individuals than the two ladies
True.
at Universe Unveiled, and I'm proud to have one next to me. I'm proud to call her a friend, and thank you very much, Jacqueline, for coming to help us continue to tell the story of Chief Tuscaloosa and the native people.
Yeah, fabulous story, and I am loving the readings. Keep them coming. I need to know everything right to the end. Yeah.
Yes,
Please.
ma'am.
Yes,
We'll
ma'am.
do it.
So I'm
The
gonna.
few pages that Jacob digested aside.
It's okay. You can look. You just let me know what those pages are, and I'll go look them up. So I will gracefully bow out. I wish you a lovely chat with your old friend Tony. It's been lovely to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Enjoy your time with the shaman. And yeah, bro, I'm gonna listen to you while I go
knows me as
queue
Huff.
up
So,
as Jason. You're the shaman.
right?
You're bro. I
Yeah,
call
but
you
I've
bro.
always known him as Huffman. Yeah.
Huffman. Yeah, that makes sense. Football. I get it. Yeah. He's bro. I call him bro. I'm going to play Assassin's Creed and listen to you.
All right, bro. Go
Nice.
get 'em. Kill
Peace.
some bitches. Thank you, Jacqueline.
Night, y'all.
Guys, all
Bye,
pulp
Ricardo.
fiction, all pulp fiction on
All
X
pulp
as well.
dot no
All
fiction.
pulp dot no fiction. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. That's where you find her on X and see these Unseen Wednesday posts.
Yeah, come on over. It's a good time. I try to make it entertaining and educational, like a good nerd does.
Best nerd I know, nerd
Oh.
on staff for the Institute, Miss
I
Jacqueline.
actually am probably the nerd on staff.
Smalls J. Quills. Thank you,
Yeah.
dear.
Okay, love y'all.
Bye bye.
Peace.
Love you. Okay, Ricardo, you're welcome. Stay. You can, but I know it's like 4 a.m. your time. But we're just
I'm gonna
talk
give
about.
you. I'm gonna stay
high
for
school.
more 13 minutes and then I'll leave.
Okay, sounds good, man. Tony, thanks for stopping in, bro.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks.
Glad to
for
be here. It's
listening.
super interesting. Yeah, I'm a big fan of history too, so I can appreciate everything that y'all are talking about. You know, Adam, my son, he was a history major. That's what he's actually just got a teaching job here in Montgomery, teaching history this year. So yeah, he's excited. He just came back from Nevada. He spent a year out there teaching history, which wasn't that fun, he said, but you know, it was a small mining town in the northern very top of Nevada, so it was literally there. So it was
Good
terrible.
life experience.
Yeah,
Good life
yeah,
experience is what we call that, right?
right. Yeah. So yeah, but it's fun to hear all that kind of stuff, and I'm like you too. I'm a rock hound, so we anytime we go somewhere, we bring back a rock of some sort, you know. So yeah, and you know, I worked in the pits there in Elmore for
Yeah.
5 years, and
Yeah.
I've got so much petrified wood here at the house, you know, big
Yeah.
massive pieces and crystals and stuff like that. So yeah,
So you're talking about the ones on Mortar, right?
yeah,
Creek, you know more, yeah. So whenever you see me, Ricardo, at Mortar Creek, that's what he's talking about. So yeah, he pulls out some good stuff. But I told you there's a lot of petrified wood around here, man.
oh yeah, tons.
Yeah. So Tony and I had several shared interests. I remember 10 years ago or so, when I was still able to be practicing bonsai, that Tony was also into bonsai.
Yeah, I still well, no, I take that back. I actually had given my dad the trees that you and I worked on because he loved them so much. And when he passed away, I kind of in the shuffle they got lost. And yeah, so unfortunately I don't have those anymore. I have one that I a gray owl juniper that I turned into bonsai. But I still got to get a pot for it because it's right now it's still in the big,
Yeah.
training bucket.
Training.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it's still it's a big one though. It's a good sized tree. So
How
yeah,
are the
I still
roots?
love it.
You got the roots
Uh,
spreading out yet?
yeah. It's been working on the Navari, putting rocks under it, trying to get it to get the little shapes going and stuff like that. So yeah, still enjoy doing all that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah, I really itch to get back into bonsai soon
Yeah,
as life sort of stables to a place where I can start focusing on it because it's so enjoyable, but it takes so much of your time, you know.
right. Yeah, that, and then I just have to. A lot of my stuff that I do now is more or less depending on if I'm physically able to do it because of the CIDP that I have now. So I'm losing more and more control over my hands and stuff like that. So I can't do a lot of the fine, gripping and tuning and all that kind of stuff. It's getting harder for me to do things like that. But so yeah, that kind of takes the fun out of it. But I still do what I can.
Have you
Well,
looked for any alternative
or,
treatments, like
Yeah, I have to
microdosing
get.
mushrooms, or
No,
yeah,
no, I
Tony,
haven't.
do you want to expound a little bit? I mean, just
I
for
don't know the full
everybody's sake.
scientific name, but yeah, it's I got diagnosed with this it's now 2 years, and they can't exactly tell me where it came from, but my doctor has hinted around and not in so many words said he thinks it's the COVID vaccines.
yeah.
I took six COVID vaccines, so
Oh dear Lord,
uh, all of a
sorry
sudden
to hear
after
that.
that,
Work.
yeah,
Yeah.
all of a sudden I have all of these autoimmune disorders. I've now got arthritis. It's weird, and I used to lift weights all the time, and I'm losing all function as far as muscles and stuff like that. I can't run, walk, straight. I'm kind of crooked. It's just weird, but it's called CIDP is what I have, and I have to go every Monday and get infusions done. So yeah, it's making what it is. I don't have any feeling in my hands anymore. I can't feel anything past here. So when I'm trying to grip something, I can't really tell if I'm holding it or not. I'll reach down to pick something up and I'm thinking I'm holding it, but it's literally just still sitting on the table. So yeah, it's getting tough to deal with sometimes, but I just take it a day at a time, and
Sure,
that's
sure.
so
I'm sorry to hear it.
yeah, I appreciate it, but it's I thought I was doing the right thing, and
Sure, it happened to so many people.
yeah,
And
luckily the rest of my family has not affected them in that same way because we all got the vaccines at the same time, so I guess it just
yeah,
got
it
me.
was like a lottery. It's like a
Right,
lottery.
exactly. Yeah, and that's what my doctor said too. It's just I just so happened to be the one that triggered everything, and yeah, I don't know if he couldn't legally say that
Sure, of
fully,
course. Yeah.
but he, he said it's surprising how many 70-year-old people have all of a sudden turned up with CIDP now, and like
Yeah, so
it
so
was.
one of the studies that was done showed that it kind of accelerates possible old age disease.
Hmm.
So it makes them come, instead of them appearing in the 70s or
Yeah,
80s,
yeah,
they appear much sooner. So
yeah,
it triggers
right,
that. So
yeah.
if that's if it is possible that it is from the vaccines, I suggest, instead of treating for what you have, add some detoxification of um, I'm trying to find the word to say it in English. Uh, de- Detoxification of heavy metals,
Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
uh, and also most of the cases. So there is this study of 1001 people that is called red study. I think I can't remember the exact name, but they tested the 1,001 people, and they all had these filaments, nanofilaments within their blood that doesn't appear in the people that were tested without the vaccine. So
Oh
all of
wow.
the 1,001, and they tested the 3 different vaccines.
Yeah.
Right. They abolished this study for almost a year, but now it's public again. So during that time, it was closed down. They shut the website down of the lab, but now it's on again. And so, if you can remove those filaments from your blood, I'm sure that your symptoms will go away.
Okay. I'll definitely look into that. I'm always open to anything
Yeah.
because yeah, it's making life rough sometimes.
So I suggest this might seem ridiculous, but I'd suggest a lot of
nicotine patch.
a lot of palsy.
No, that's serious. That's serious. Nicotine, Tony. That's screwdriver is yelling it. But I know you don't smoke like cigarettes or anything. I remember you smoked cigars, but
Yeah,
nicotine is, yeah, nicotine patches even. That's no joke. I've heard several people even advise for children under 18, and I'm not advising that, but I'm saying I've heard serious people talk about the efficacy of nicotine in helping with some of what we're talking about.
Yeah. Wow.
Or
Yeah,
just pick up
that's
some pouches. You know, that's what I do is nicotine pouches.
right.
The natives
Yeah.
used it. The natives used the nicotine
Yeah.
properties of the plants.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
Yeah. There's no telling what all is in there. I've had both the Moderna and the whatever the other one was. So I had 3 of each. That was
the
the way.
Moderna, Azteca, and the other one I can't remember the name.
Yeah. So yeah, I had both.
But they tested the 3 of them. They all had the same thing.
Yeah.
Had the same thing. So
See, Tony, this is even, kind of news to me. I mean, not the ailment, right? I mean, I would have sort of let you expound upon it if you and I hadn't already spoken about it in the past. But I was not aware that it was, a vaccine injury.
Yeah, and that's the only thing that they can accredit it to. So
Well, that almost, but see, I almost find that heartening because I myself have heard of many different attacks, like the nicotine patches, many different things that even some members of the family have used for this thing. There's a lot of alternative, treatments
Yeah.
out there, and I don't know what all you've tried, but and I'll let Ricardo keep talking as he's saying there's a lot to attack. And see, when you were telling me about it last time, I did what most people do in that situation. When somebody's sharing something like that, you kind of just defer to what they're saying. And, you were giving me sort of the clinical, like, what do I say, symptoms, right? And I just didn't get the whole causation part. And so I, in my head, just was thinking, oh, there's absolutely nothing to be done. But now that we say that, at least my head sort of goes, wait a minute. Who knows? There might be
Right,
something,
yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, as
Yeah,
long
yeah.
as long as people can clean whatever is that came with that fluid in nanoparticles, I think their bodies can return to normal. So
Right.
as best as possible, of course, right? But I was talking about psilocybin because I thought that the problem was nervous and not what it is. So because we just
Yeah,
heard,
it's
I haven't confirmed yet, but it hasn't been put down, and there's a lot of people putting this out now that this lady that was no longer speaking from Alzheimer was given an experimental dose of 5 grams, which is an heroic dose, even for Terence McKenna. No, it
it's
isn't
not.
5 grams.
No.
Look, dude, I never
I
took
mean,
more than 1
maybe
gram.
Maybe if you're, really?
Yeah, never.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 7 grams is about where I start. If I'm serious,
Yeah, but that's not.
And that's like once a year,
That's
if
not
I'm
to be
serious.
functional. That's really
No,
to
that's-
go into
that's-
fairyland.
That's to truly take a shamanic,
Sure.
journey.
Well,
Yeah.
but this lady had
That's
this
what I meant
problem.
by serious.
Took 5 grams, which is a lot for someone that never took mushrooms. 5
Mhm.
grams is a lot. You can try like
Yeah, yeah.
0.5, 0.7, 1, and she returned to speak. It reorganized the brain chemically,
Wow.
and she restarted to speak again.
Well, what psilocybin does is it creates new neural pathways,
Yeah.
right? That's one of the reasons it's so therapeutic for like PTSD and stuff. But as this study showed, Tony, it's also because it's making new neural pathways. Well, what if those neural pathways have to do with your nervous system, and or anything? Then it's looking like it could be beneficial. You know.
Yeah, because what the main trigger on this does is it's causing the outer lining of my nerves to deteriorate, and so
Okay.
it's like you're ripping that outside lining. So then it causes all my nerves to start, just flashing all together. So that's why I don't feel my feet all the way up
Well,
to my knees.
the
So yeah, it's
pathways the
Is there
pathways are no
pain associated
longer.
with it?
At first, when it first starts, it's that really pins and needles, like burning all the time, feeling, and then it turns into numbness, and now it's like that constant feeling that your arms asleep, sort of.
Yeah.
It's like that 24 hours a day.
Yeah,
So
because the communication is it's not
mhm.
going at normal rate. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
why you don't have enough sensibility, because the electricity is not getting from one point to the other.
right.
It's taking off the wrapping, right?
Yeah,
The
and
nerve
if you
wrapping.
think of the nanoparticles, they are not conductive, so they'll stop
Mhm.
conductivity. So
Yeah, because when they do the electrodes, they would hook it up to like right up under my kneecap and then down to my toe. And she's like, "All right, tell me when you can feel this." And she was cranking it up, and I was just laying there on my back, and I was like, "Okay, just tell me when you start." And she's
yeah,
like, "I've been, you know." So she was totally mind blown. She brought the doctor in and made sure she was doing the test correctly and all this, and there's just nothing. And that, yeah, she's like, "I've never seen this before," and but yeah,
well,
it's weird.
it's something you can fight back. You're still young, so something you just don't give up on it. Just
Yeah, yeah,
Right. Right.
don't take it as something you have to live with. Just change it.
right, yeah, and that's kind of been the hardest part. I've let it get to me a few times,
Yeah, yeah.
So
I
it's
understand. I understand.
It's yeah, it's hard to talk about, but I would echo Ricardo's sentiment that one spirit, right? One spirit, I imagine, is very important. Um, Keeping your spirit up, I know it's a fine line to walk too, if we're going to be honest, right? When you think you're facing something irreversible, right?
mhm.
Part of you is probably like, isn't it better to just go ahead and accept completely, right? So it's a fine line, right, to talk about walking. How do I maintain some semblance of peace with what my daily life is, but
Right.
still actively pursue, the fact that there actually are probably options out there, that my
Yeah.
doctor just doesn't fucking know about because they didn't put them in
Right.
his book because it wasn't making money for the
Sure,
Rockefellers,
sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
and
and I'm saying
and
because I've seen cases here. I don't know many people, but I've seen cases here of people that were uh, people of they did miles a day in a bicycle, in a professional bicycle. Those are with very thin tires.
Mhm.
They did bicycle, and after the vaccine, they couldn't even work. He was a bread maker, and he
Mhm.
was his wife was the one that comes to our gate every morning to leave the bread. They had to close the
Mhm.
shop because he could even make the bread. He's
Wow.
always tired, always tired. Then I go to Kartash, in the near city, where there is this other co-worker that I had on when I work in the toes of the highway. Same thing. Two friends that went out with him on the bicycles after the vaccine, they can't do it. They are always tired.
Yeah.
It begins with their feeling overtired, and I can't do this. And as much they don't do, the more they don't do, the more the body softens, right? So
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's the main thing that's really getting to me is because it since I don't have the nerves flexing my muscles down in the bottom of my legs, I'm losing
Yeah.
muscle mass constantly. And they said eventually they told me it would put me in a wheelchair. That's I can't run anymore because the front of my I can't lift the front of my toes up this direction anymore. So I learned that the hard way trying to play men's softball. I hit the ball and tried to run and I just fell flat on my face. So yeah, I was like I thought I broke my ankle or something.
Well,
And it was just because my legs didn't do that motion anymore. So yeah, it was weird. And that's what kind of pinrolled me into going to checking and then I got tested and got diagnosed with that. So yeah, but luckily the doctor she actually went to school with us at Edgewood. So uh Paige Harris. So yeah, she understands fully what's going on. So she's been working with me and
Okay.
keeping me in the loop with stuff. So
yeah,
yeah.
that's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Good. So
And just a final one, just
go
look
ahead,
into the
Ricardo.
stuff of Jim Hof. He's known as the Iceman.
Oh,
Hmm.
Wim Hof.
Wim
Wim
Hof.
Hof.
Wim
Yeah.
Hof. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Check his
I can send you links, Tony.
Yeah.
he has a method. So he had the academics were contesting what he was doing,
Hmm.
and so after he showed many times that he could do certain things to control his body, they said, okay, bring, I can't remember if it was 20 people, 20 volunteers under your method that we are going to give you. You don't know them. We're going to give you. You train them for a week, and then they come to the hospital, and we join them with an equal number of people that have not been trained, and we're going to inject in all of them a neurotoxin,
Yeah.
right? And they did this experiment, and none of his people that was just trained for a week had any symptoms. They were liberated from the hospital. Some of the others, one of them was 2 weeks interned with
Oh
the
wow.
neurotoxin. Yeah, because he reacted really bad to
Yeah.
it. So it works. His method works, and it doesn't care what kind of disease it is. It doesn't
Hmm.
matter, right? He's taking this guy climbed the Kilimanjaro in shorts and boots, nothing else. No oxygen, no clothes,
Wow.
right? And he takes diabetic people, like top level. I can't remember now what the stages are,
Hmm.
but it takes these elderly people to the top of the Kilimanjaro every year. I don't know if he's doing this tour, but it takes them up there after a week of training with his method. So,
Dang.
and it's
So
just
it's
Yeah.
it's nothing that he making money off. It's very simple. It's based
he's
on breathing. It's just
he's
based
known
on
as
breathing.
yeah he's known as Tony the Iceman because he came up with, I guess the quickest way to say it is sort of this breathing technique and sort of meditating technique that would allow him to tolerate ice cold water and therefore
Hmm.
ice cold conditions. And the trick though was that it wasn't just a toleration, is that his body measurements, his levels and everything would stay normal, right? So like
Hmm.
when you should be reacting to freezing happening,
Right.
his body wasn't reacting to it happening. So it just sort of grew, right? They started studying and he started going, look, it can be with anything. And it grew to where Ricardo talked about. They're like, all right, we're going to bring you in and we're going to put neurotoxin in you. And, nothing, he was like, "Bzz," like nothing fucking
Right.
happened to him. But yeah, I've seen lots of his videos where people go stay with him for 5 days and it's like, we're going to train. And then he runs up the top of a frozen mountain with them and you see him there and they're like checking their heart rate
With
and
no
shit.
clothes, with no clothes.
Yeah.
That's wild. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and well, it all started when they put him on a ice tank
Hmm.
filled with ice. It's not cold water, filled with ice,
Hmm.
and he swallowed a thermometer,
Hmm.
right? And they wanted to see if his internal temperature changed because obviously he's going to suffer hypothermia, right? It's
Right.
it's in ice,
Yeah.
and he stayed the 45 minutes without changing one single degree in his internal temperature.
That's
So
amazing.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he can pass it on to other people with with ease. It's nothing hard to. It's just breathing. It's just
Yeah.
a rhythm of breathing. You can see it
Huh.
on his videos. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm definitely interested in that.
So,
Yeah, Wim Hof is good stuff.
and that was saved him because his wife died of cancer, and he had 3 children, I think, and he was almost killing himself. The
Yeah.
anguish,
Right.
just
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
being able to live with it, and that's
Right.
when he started to do this breathing to to maintain his sanity, and somehow he unlocked this thing. So
Hmm.
that's how we found it. Out of grief. Another one out of grief, Jason. You see, another thing coming out of grief. So,
Well, yeah, I mean, trials. Look, I just said on X today. Thank you. Oh, look, the rest some more got found. Yeah, I was aware. Some more got found, so we can continue reading.
you can now take a smaller bag for the next
Yeah.
Yes,
3 days.
right, right. He's not going to be as big as we thought. Um, uh, who in our chat earlier, Ricardo, when we first started, we had Moss show up, and she had actually put a post, just post on Facebook or social media about hardships, right? And people who go through hardships are often being trained for something. And my reply to that was simply this: it was no hardships equals bullshit destiny. Because it is these hardships that, at least in my way of sort of viewing the world, that are given to souls for particular reasons. I actually personally, Tony, and have the thought that we were kind of aware of all the major things before we even were born here. That helps me see intent through what have been some very, very difficult and trying times, not at all comparing to the physical nature of what you're facing, right?
Right.
But that was something I found useful. So how are you? I mean, shit. Since we're on it, like, and I'm hearing now, sort of for the first time, potential causation is not simply, oh shit, fate gave me this. It's not sort
Hmm.
of like something you're born with. It's not genetics. It's in fact something quite different. I mean,
Yeah.
like, where do you sit with that? Do you have? I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you have? How do you sit with that? Where are you, man?
Uh, you mean as in like, do I think it was something that was intentionally given? Like,
I'm mainly just trying to ask, stumblingly, like
yeah.
how
I
how you're
well,
how you're feeling, how you in general, like what's your method for keeping yourself where you are, which is obviously generally pretty positive. I mean, I follow on Facebook, I see the way you, and I know you've got the family around you, but yeah, how you generally, man?
I mean,
Where you
it's
at?
I don't know. It when it happened, and I first was told the idea that it was from the vaccines, I was really mad, and I've been on both sides of the fence of like, should I take a vaccine or should I not? Because there's just a lot of stuff on both ways. So I was like, okay, I guess I need to do this because one thing they were harping on it with work and stuff like that, coming into the offices and stuff, and I had young kids, and I didn't want to just run the risk. So I went ahead and did it, and everything seemed like it was okay. But then, here it is years later, and it's triggering all this stuff. So, I I won't take any more vaccines for anything else ever again. Um, I'm just not going to do it. I don't trust anything. I just, yeah. And that's pretty much the same way that everybody, in my family feels. So, um, but,
Yeah, they they
luckily they
use the
all,
terror weapon. They use the terror weapon and the
yeah,
fear.
yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's different when like you have years and years and years to work on something like polio or something like that, where they did testing and testing. But when they threw this out there real fast and just, okay, it's ready to go, how do they know? So
So, Tony, when they interviewed the guy, one of the guys responsible for the product that came up, and they asked him, so how long did you did the animal testing? And he said the number, which I can't remember. And he said, so,
Hmm.
and why did you stop the testing? And he pauses for a while and says, because the animals were dying.
Yeah. See,
So they
they,
paused the testing and started the human trials. The
right.
testing stopped abruptly because the animals were dying. So it's madness. It's complete madness. Just even if the fear was also on the authorities and they just wanted a solution and they are just as innocent, which I
Yeah.
don't buy. But even if they are as innocent as all of the rest of us, right? It's still a heavy toll, and the heavy toll is still to come. Not in cases like yours, but
Hmm.
in case of sterility, because we're
Hmm.
already starting to seeing there are no new babies. The only
Yeah.
babies are from immigrants,
Right.
especially illegal immigrants. That's the people that's having babies,
Hmm.
and the lower classes of society that didn't go to the vaccine because they don't exist for society.
Yeah.
So, and they are the ones having children. Because the people that were, look, in my country,
Lower class
99.6%,
knew better than to trust some rich bastards.
yeah, well, but in my country, 99.6% of the population was vaccinated. So even the children, they worked months to vaccinate all the children, right?
Hmm.
So this kids, they won't have children
Yeah.
because that's the first thing they found out that this causes is sterility. So
Yeah. That's it's sad. Yeah, it's really sad. That they turned us into the proverbial animals to test on. So it's just. But like I said, I have good and bad days. I can't harp on it forever. It is what it is. So I got to keep pushing through and doing my best and doing
sure.
what I can. So I do. I turn my mind to collecting things and just I get hyper fixated on stuff sometimes. But
Yeah.
um, yeah, I'm still a little kid inside, so
Sure.
I turn to that.
Just don't put in your mind that is something you can't solve. Right?
Right.
Just
Yeah.
don't let it sink in.
Yeah.
Never
Yeah.
I
accept that truth.
yeah.
Never accept that.
I feel very positive about Tony's future myself. I do.
I
It's
appreciate
just
it.
gut, just going with gut. I really do. Um, yeah, and I'm not going to put too many words to that, because there's not too many words. There's just a feeling, and there's an instinct. And as Tony and Ricardo have already seen, and as the audience, if you don't believe me, you can see all the DeSoto metal and the shit that everybody else in this world has been looking for a while. That I found using what you call gut and instinct. That a good feeling's something to rock on, and I'm gonna
Oh
rock
yeah,
on it.
definitely.
So I'm gonna rock on that, bro. And we can sort of transition here. I didn't want to linger, but I felt the need because of everything that just came out of your mouth. I think, and because of other people in the audience that may be needing to, maybe finding themselves in similar situations.
Yeah, yeah,
Jason, I'm gonna stand off here. Um, I wish I will see Tony again,
You'll be
and
seeing
we
Tony
can
again.
talk more.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a history buff, and his kid's
So,
teaching it,
yeah,
so you're gonna
sure.
be
right.
talking to him again.
So, it was very nice to meet you, and I
Yeah, it
wish
was a
you all the
pleasure.
best. Okay,
Thank
never
you
give
so
up.
much. Thank you.
Jason,
Ricardo, I'll
thank you
see you.
for
We're gonna
having
stay
me.
here, Tony. Ricardo, I'll see you tomorrow night, man.
Bye bye.
Round table. All right. Yeah, yeah. This is my gig, so we don't have to go when the Podfather goes. So anyway, we can use his exit and to transition. And thank you, Tony, for it just taking a second and being bold enough to tell a little bit about your story, which obviously involves a bunch of emotion, but which I know,
Yeah,
and I've learned from just telling my story, that people need to hear it, man. People
right.
out there
Yeah.
going through the same thing, right? And there's great value, to people you don't know and the people I
Hmm.
don't know that come across, somebody hearing it and go, oh, okay. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's like I learned being an addict, dude. I was used to drink way too much and I couldn't stop.
Hmm.
That's what I mean, right? And what you? Oh, I forget what I was even going to say there. Hang on, let me see if it's still there. I've been at this for 3.5 hours now. If you can't
Oh
tell.
Lord.
Um, Anyhow, as I lose that thought, did it go? It went. I was gonna try to say something I learned, but it doesn't matter, because what I want to do, man, is just kind of hang out for a second after
Yeah.
I'm done thanking you about telling everybody. Oh, let me tell you what this dude. So, what he's talking about here is Screwdriver Turning, said Dave and Tony Moundville. So my bro Dave, he does Dave's Multiverse. It's another
Mhm.
podcast. Go like, subscribe. You can find him on Facebook. If you're watching me on Facebook, he just did a new page just for the multiverse. Anyhow, he was military,
Mhm.
and so he's got his own, just like we all have our own thing to carry. He's got his own, issues with trauma and things that make days hard on some days,
Right.
and he's been wanting to, as soon as the time is appropriate, to go to Moundville, the native mound
Yeah.
site, because you can camp there, and they've actually got campsites, like, I mean, they're like at the mounds, you know what I mean, like it's
That's
just
cool.
at,
Yeah.
yeah, like rustic camp, you know what I mean? Like bring your tent or bring your own camper.
Right.
And he's been wanting to go there because there is one of the sites where we have evidence of psilocybin use, right? Even
Okay.
when you go to the little museum there, man, they've got these big baskets, and you walk, like in a diorama is the word.
Hmm.
And so they've got, the recreation with all the natives in their proper gear and everything. And they've got these big baskets, and you go to look what's in the basket, and it's a bunch of psilocybin
Oh
mushrooms.
wow.
Yeah, it was a ceremonial center, for such things. And so Dave has wanted to. He uses the psilocybin in a micro dose, like in
Hmm.
daily.
Hmm.
It's actually one of his sponsors in this podcast. But he has been wanting to make it over to Moundville and reserving sort of his psilocybin experience for making it over there with me. So that's what Screwdriver was saying, because earlier in our conversation, when Ricardo was mentioning that, he said, "Get to Moundville."
Nice.
Uh, yeah, there we go. So I like to catch up with chat since we had to shift us here. Thanks a lot, Screwdriver, for hanging out, man. I greatly appreciate it. He is. I basically met him. I do some shows with Dave, and he was in Dave's chat, and he was so kind, and he came over here and found me, and now
Nice.
he's continuing his record of, his contributions over here, and it's greatly appreciated.
Awesome.
All right, Tony. So let's hang out for a bit. Now, my question is, I guess, do you wanna look at like some of your collection stuff, which I think
Yeah,
is cool
I
as
mean,
hell, and
we
some of the
can.
stuff you've been up to, or do you want to like talk about like high school stories? I think the audience might pick up something from that, or whatever direction you want to go. I
We
think,
can.
like Ricardo said, I hope this leads to us being able to hang out a good bit, but
Yeah,
kind of
definitely.
just we'll take the time to sort of do whatever you want to do right now, man.
Man, it's up to you. We can talk stories, or I can. I don't know if can you flip the camera around on these. I'm not sure how this works on this.
Yeah, so I don't. Here's the thing. I should have told you we might have to save show and tell. You and I'll schedule another one here soon.
Yeah.
You can do it landscape. I don't know if it will respond here while we're recording. I don't know. You
Okay.
can try it, but
So we can. Yeah,
in the
we can do that.
future,
Bro.
yeah,
I
in
can
the
give you
future,
a
usually
little glimpse behind
you can
me.
try it, see if it does it.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
guys. So he's got quite some things to show off to us. When I say show and tell, I'm not talking about like I did the other day with the banana. He's got some
Yeah, I
really
got.
cool stuff to show to us.
Yeah, I do a little bit of everything: Legos, baseballs, baseball cards, collect stamps. I mean, I
I got
used
a
to
bunch of
collect.
cards I got to get you.
Really? Oh, cool. I used
Yeah,
to.
I
I used
found
to
I found all mine
collect.
from high school.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's where I still have my Jose Canseco collection from high school. That's what.
I remember that.
Yeah. I now it's grown from. I think when I found my book, I had like 36 of his cards or something, and now I have a little over 3,000 of his cards. So, but yeah, stamps. I mean,
I've,
I
I've,
used.
I've noticed the Legos recently, and
Yeah, the
despite the,
Legos.
the ailments you mentioned, the,
Yeah,
the
it's
Legos
helping.
now are even
It's,
that more impressive.
yeah, it's helping me with my keeping my motor function going. I feel
Yeah.
it's you know it's a struggle sometimes grabbing some of these little tiny little small pieces, but which I wasn't even holding a piece and I thought it was. But yeah, so it's that's just kind of been my thing here. Bella, she likes to build Legos also, so that's something that me and her can bond over and do and stuff like that. So Adam, he likes the history type stuff, so we talk about baseball and then the stamps and all that kind of
For the
stuff.
audience, that's his Bella, and no, we didn't know our daughters would have the same name.
Right. Yeah,
So,
that's I
and
mean
yours are older.
yeah, yeah, my Adam he is 28 and then Bella she is 22, I believe. So yeah.
Okay, so here's what I need to hear, bro. All right. At 22, you're telling me you're doing Legos together, okay? Because see, what I've got right now is I've got 17 and I've got 14, and they have
Mhm.
a car. So I kind of don't have kids except when they're
Right.
hungry.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, yeah, you got to let them get past that stage.
But they do come back. That's
They'll
what I
come
want to
back. They swing
verify.
back around. Yeah, definitely do. So yeah, it's that's the thing. I try to do stuff that that incorporates them or some we're really tight knit family, so we do a lot of stuff together. So
That's what I know and I see from like just social media, man. And
yeah, we're big
dude,
concert people and stuff like that.
yeah.
So
Tony, I mean, you really do, man. You lead what seems to be, from all appearances, quite an exemplary family life. And what I mean by that is a father over here too, who's kind of got a very non-traditional thing going because of the way life went. Right,
right.
you've got quite an exemplary life you lead. I bumped into your wife and your son not long, a few months ago in
Hmm.
Walmart, and I remember seeing on her post like how happy she was that he was coming back, and you could see it on them before they even saw me, right? Just the
Yes.
mother, just walking all the bopping by,
Yeah.
it's a really beautiful thing. That, and as you were describing your collection, so the audience gets a taste of this, is your inner child, man. Your inner
Yeah.
child is right there, and no matter how the many whatever different little hats I have to put on social media and all these, sometimes you got people that think they're important, so they want you to talk to, like, they want an adult to talk to them.
Right.
But most times, what brought me through my trials, let me just say it that way, was very quickly taking on the understanding of I needed to let my inner child lead the way, and I
Yeah.
needed I needed to try to find that 15-year-old or that 14-year-old or whatever it was,
Hmm.
that before the world kind of got a hold of him and started telling him the way it was, that I needed to reconnect
Yeah.
with that me, and I needed to make sure that was strong and that was up front. And
Right.
I didn't know quite how bad and bumpy shit was going to get, but
Yeah.
that ended up being a personal saving grace, and so it's still, to me, to this day, if anybody were to ask Jason for formulas outside of one day at a time with God, I'm going to say you better find that inner kid and you better let him be in charge every day you can
Yeah.
allow.
I mean, it's you got to. I mean, you got to have fun. You can't be serious like 24 hours a day, It's just cuz I mean, even though I try to live by like the inner child, what you're talking about, you still got that demon
Yeah.
that'll come out sometimes and try to darken the whole, and it happens. It does. You go through that, but it's just you got to do what makes you happy, and collecting things and learning about things, trying new hobbies. I went through a phase where I was carving, which I still got to get you yours that I carved, that one I said that reminded me of you. So
Yeah, yeah.
it's
So
that, and that wasn't the
so
intention, it just
impressive.
happened. So yeah, that's and that turned
So impressive.
into to this. So that's, I kept going, and that's just from these blocks of wood that I was, but I can't do that anymore. So, because I'm not physically able to hold the knives, with my hand stuff going on. So, I passed that stage of life. So I went to something different past that, and so it kind of shifts more and more. And, the Lego thing is fun right now, but I have to go slow because they're expensive. So, So it's a pricey hobby for sure.
Yeah, yeah. I saw the new one coming out of that Basilica, and I thought of you. There's
Yeah, I pre-ordered
when
it.
you said, did you?
Yeah,
Good.
that's my first big boy purchase of Lego. So yeah.
I saw it and
Um
I thought of you. They said you get to put it together and the way it was constructed
yeah, yeah, that's
and the different
amazing. And
phases.
I think it's the biggest Lego set ever produced. It's 12,000 pieces, so it's gonna be a monster. Um,
Dude.
yeah. So I think the biggest one I've done so far is like a little over 3,000 pieces, and that was the Artemis 2 rocket that I built, and it I thought that was big, So this is gonna be that, times four. So yeah, I'm excited. That's in November. So yeah, we're I was hoping it was gonna be in October because Hope and I is gonna be in New York in October. So I would gonna pick it up at the Lego store there in Manhattan, but yeah, the it doesn't come out till November, so I'll have to pick up something else, I guess.
No, not an
So,
excuse to pick up
right,
something
yeah,
else.
just something else. So, but yeah,
Man,
I try to dabble in a little bit of everything. I mean, but it's getting to where a lot of stuff's still expensive. Like baseball cards is not like when me and you collected them. You know, packs cost like 10, $15 now, and
no
it's
shit.
yeah, it's ridiculous. And then you got people that are just scalping them out, buying pack boxes, and so you really don't see much around here anymore. You got to go to card shows and stuff, but so that's why I pretty
Well,
much just
I got a suitcase full. I need to bring you, and if we're gonna exchange first gifts back, if you've got a carving or something you mentioned, I'll have to bring a suitcase of cards because I mean, I know there was like Ken Griffey. I had all kinds of shit, but
yeah, yeah,
anyhow, it somehow stayed in the attic, untouched all these years.
that's cool, man.
It's
That's
it
awesome.
is, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
most definitely is.
I'll have to give you one of my big pieces of petrified or something.
Yeah, I'm sure we can exchange rocks. I'm sure. I'll bring I'll bring you a bucket of Hernando DeSoto's shit that he left behind over here.
That'd be awesome.
You need to just go down to the creek with me and
Yeah, I
I'll
do. I
show
do
you
that.
where it's at.
I've watched your videos down there. It looks so much fun. Yeah, I'll definitely have to go check that out with you.
Well, I got to get down there. I just drove over today, and the water's way down. And this last week of rain will have washed so much shit out.
Hmm.
So I bet it's just like a cornucopia of stuff to
Yeah,
get.
I've always wanted to go find like spearheads or arrowheads and stuff like that. We
Yeah,
found one arrowhead, I think, my whole time working at the pit, but everything was so. You look
yeah,
at that many rocks that have been filtered at once,
yeah.
and it's hard to pick out stuff. So I got to see a lot of it because I was testing the rocks. Having to go and take samples off the line and go and shake them and making sure they were the correct sizes and stuff like that. Um, and then I was in charge of the shipping, so I had to go like estimate tonnage of piles. Like they taught me how to drive around a pile and guess how many hundreds of tons of rock that was. And I'm like, really? And it worked though, because we would load the train cars out there, by the prison. And yeah, so but most of what we sold was the white rock for I forgot who was buying it, but they were using it to make silicone or silica. They were taking it for
Yeah,
computer chips,
yeah.
which was
Wow.
amazing. I had no clue that was rocks were used to make computer chips. So
I know, isn't it, man? I mean, I had somebody point that out in a conversation the other day when we were talking about AI and all of that. And, they phrased it in such a way that I even stole it. It was like, think about it, man. That's just us fucking with rocks, right? Like we're
mhm.
still just banging rocks together
Right,
and
yeah,
producing some sort of, what
technology,
does one
yeah,
want to say?
it's
Yeah,
wild,
technology or manufactured manifest
yeah.
bullshit. Let's not dive down the AI rabbit
It's
hole
the stem.
because The stem, right? Yeah, it's crazy that it's what we've done with the rocks. You know, when you really think about it, I could not have had your job, bro. I'm glad that my time in labor was at a Caterpillar warehouse. I did, all told, about 8 years there, but you know, it was not with anything that took my interest because I
Yeah.
have gone. I shouldn't say this out loud, but I have gone. You know, because you can drive by up the spillway there, and you know
Hmm.
you can go to where they keep a lot of the piles of rocks. And I have gone just to look at those piles of rocks quite
Yes.
often. And
Yeah.
once or
It's
twice, one might have ended up in the back of a truck because it was too obviously a hammer or you know
right.
whatever,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. No, they would have never noticed. Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
It
no, they're
was.
massive piles.
It was fun. I mean, I think mostly I went there because my dad worked there, He was the safety guy out there. And I was actually working with bass before that. So detailing,
Yeah.
I was drawing buildings and stuff. So yeah, we and so I went from that to doing that, and then it just the guy that took over ownership of it was a total jerk, and I wasn't down for it. So he and well, I guess you could say he fired me, but yeah, we got into a big argument, and then that's where I'm at now. It's my new job. They called me like not too long after that and said, "Hey, you want to work here?" I had my job, my resume on Monster or whatever, and they found me. So that's where I've been ever since. I'm doing inside sales for structural steel nuts and bolts. So
Huh. Your skill set, bro. Your skill set is something else. Especially, all I know is we got to find a way to get your hands working again, man.
right,
It,
dude.
right? That's when I look at the wood. That's like I've been holding that thought in ever since you first showed me that because that's the only place my head goes is we got to get these hands back quick.
Yeah.
And then you start throwing out drafting at me. And I do have a couple of piles of rocks. I know where we can even put that skill to use because I would love to know how many metric tons this giant pyramid of rock on the Cahaba is. So
I
there's
could get you a
there's a
good
skill
guess.
set, right? That's what I'm hearing, man. That is exactly what I'm hearing. But what I'm seeing is more that's just. I mean, we just gotta. There's got to be a way, man. I believe it. There's got to be.
Yeah. And I'm definitely gonna look out for those links you're gonna send me and look into that kind of because I'm
I
always
am.
open to
I
anything.
if you saw me messaging earlier while you were talking, I hope you don't think I was being rude. I was in
Oh
that
no.
moment sending out word to people that I know, know these type things. And I was like, just send me what you got, please.
Right, right.
we, I'm sure, I'm certain there's got to be something, bro.
Yeah, hopefully.
Because I just see too much, man. I see too much of a skill set, and I see what would be a waste, and I
Right?
don't mean that. I just mean like not a waste of a life, but like what if your hands, you literally, like you were describing, can't hold stuff anymore, and you've just shown me all of these things you do with your hands.
Yeah, it's like sad, man. I'm like,
It's
my little fisherman I carved, and I mean, it's just like lots of stuff, like it's, it all started from a Santa Claus. That's what originally I did, and then I turned them into,
holy shit.
and then I would paint them, and all that kind of stuff. So so yeah, I miss it, dude, but it's one of them things I kind of just given up. Like, hey, I'm not gonna do it again. I still got all my stuff, but I slipped and cut my wrist right here. And the knives that you have to use when you carve are not serrated or anything. It's like it's one of the knives you sharpen on a belt. And yeah, I pulled through a piece of wood, cutting like I was making a pumpkin actually, and I was cutting the lines down the sides of it. And you had to cut like that, and I pulled it, and it slipped, and it just went right across my wrist here. I thought I could close it with liquid stitch, but that didn't work. they had to they had to cut a bunch of the pieces out of it and stuff. It was open pretty good. So yeah, it was funny and like scary at the same time.
And you
Cause
and you
yeah,
didn't realize.
yeah, didn't know what was going on. So it was yeah, so that was the beginning stages. I'm guessing of all that kind of stuff triggering into to effect. But But yeah, man, I miss a lot of stuff. I feel like the past 2 years I've felt my age for sure. I felt the age of my beard. Yeah, people probably think I'm older than 48, but it's just But I always said I wanted my beard to go straight white. I didn't want none of the like
Yeah.
partials. So it did.
Yeah, I'm in no hurry. I mean, I was the same way. I was kind of always in a hurry for mine to go white, and then it just like said we're gonna keep it salt and pepper, and I was like,
It
God
looks
damn it,
good though, man. Yeah,
I want yeah, but I
you
got the
got
wizard look in my head, man.
yeah, you got the top hair too. So I started shaving. I don't know when
The top
I
hair.
think yeah, I quit. I don't know. I can't remember when I started shaving my head. I just started like I think it's when I was with the sheriff's department, and I cut my hair then and just never stopped. It's just easier, I guess.
What's ironic is we're like reversey because when we were in high school, I'd always buzz my shit, and you'd always
Hmm.
have bangs, and
Yeah, had the
you
long
always
hair, like yeah.
have.
Yeah, Bella, she cannot believe like some of the pictures and stuff. And that's funny you say that because I remember you shaving your head. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Because she's like, I can't believe this is your hair. I was like, yeah, I had long hair and I had it like shaved underneath. And
yeah, it
she,
did.
she didn't believe it. But
Had
yeah.
it tight.
Hmm. Yeah. God, I miss a lot of that stuff from back in the day, man. I think about it just I still listen to the same music. That's what that part of that what I was talking about, that keeping the inner child, is
Yeah.
like that. It's I listen to the same music that I listened to back then. I still got Bone playing on my
And
uh
whenever I hear
yeah,
Bone, I'm instantly back in your car, dude.
yeah,
I'm back.
it's like yeah.
Whenever.
Or I've got like, I still play R. Kelly. I don't he didn't piss on me, so I don't care. And then I got Keith Sweat, all this kind of stuff, just so I'm playing everything. And so that's what I mean by keeping it young. Usually you just yeah, I still act as if I'm back in 1996. But yeah,
I'm approaching the fourth hour of podcasting. You're going to crack me permanently with he didn't piss on me.
right. No, I don't hold that same sentiment with like Puffy and all his shit. I don't listen to his stuff. But yeah. Yeah, no, but yeah, dude, it's funny. I still remember stuff from back then, like the days of us drag racing the hot pink Cadillac.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
My mom
Uh,
was in Mary
yeah,
Kay, drove a hot
yeah.
pink Cadillac. I learned to drive in one.
I think we took it mud riding a couple
We
times.
did. Yeah, we
So,
did. Yeah,
yeah,
we did. And we
we
proved that you could do 120 and it still felt like 60 in a Cadillac.
exactly. Yeah, coasted like you were riding on air. Yeah, man, I swear.
Jay Quills
I don't know
says
how
we have the same taste in music. Go ahead. You don't know how
nice.
what?
I don't know how we survived a lot of stuff, dude.
I don't, man. And you throw a Michael Brannon and a Shag into the mix, and yeah, and to pick it for principal, sending us to his house and telling us where the whiskey was. I mean, we didn't stand a chance. I shouldn't say that. He's still working, isn't he?
No, no, oh no, he passed away. Yeah, yeah, it wasn't too long ago. Matter of fact,
No,
yeah,
it wasn't because I want to say it wasn't 2 years ago. I heard he was over at
yeah, he was at Hooper.
Otaga or
Yeah, Otaga, that was it. Otaga, yeah,
Hooper.
yeah, yeah. He passed away. I don't know what was wrong with him or anything, but I don't think he had like much to do. He kind of like distanced himself from the
That's
Edgewood.
what I heard.
Yeah,
That's what I heard. Well, I mean, it was
so
his, and when you were there, it was his.
right.
Well, I guess we can tell stories freely then, because he is shuffled on along with
Oh yeah,
Kerbo, man.
yeah. Oh God, Turbo, golly.
He was something else, wasn't he?
I still got his book of poetry over here on my bookshelf.
Do you? So
Yeah.
mine has been lost. Not. It wasn't too long ago, dude. In all the moves over all this earth, I had kept Kerbo's book with me through a lot of it. I think it was probably the house fire, I guess, that
Mm.
was the last time I had that. So, guys, if you're still with us, our one of our high school teachers, our high school English teacher, John Kerbo, he was a poet laureate of the state of Georgia. And he was a Vietnam War veteran who had most of his foot blown off and hobbled around peg legged and barked like he was in Vietnam at guys on the football field, while also then taking us back to teach us about Shakespeare. I remember Hamlet was a chicken shit. That was
Yeah.
basically our lesson on Hamlet. Curvo was something, man. He'd take you out there in the hallway and he'd paddle you, and he would pride
Oh my
himself on
God.
pivoting. He'd pivot on that fake foot, y'all. He'd cheat.
Shit. He hit me in the small of my back so many times. Oh my God. I'm lucky I'm not paralyzed from Kerbo. Yeah.
He had
But
terrible aim, but man,
yeah.
he'd pivot on that little mechanical ankle and just let
Hmm.
your ass have it. Yes, we had corporal punishment, and yes, we earned quite a bit of it. I'd say
Yeah.
we had quite a
Yeah.
bit
Yeah.
of
It wasn't from him,
paddling.
it was from Coach Norris.
Coach Norris. I didn't get too many from Norris. And I saw Norris not too long ago. Probably, I guess it's about a year ago now. I
Hmm.
popped back by Edgewood and I saw Norris still there.
Yeah.
I didn't get in too much trouble with Norris because his shit was always after break or lunch, and so I'd always sleep through it.
Well,
And
he,
he'd all,
he got, I know he got me and Bass one time, and we both had the Nike parachute pants on that day.
oh
And
fuck,
like, remember, Norris would make you grab your ankles. Like, and
yeah, yeah.
I know we left with tears, and he let us go to the bathroom for a minute and chill out for a minute to compose ourselves to come back to class.
Norris, he would get hardcore, man.
Yeah.
The older guys like Kerbo and like Pickett, they had a wisdom and even a laugh about them when the
Hmm.
punishment was being issued. Right? It was just, but
Yeah.
Norris, he'd get fucking serious and into it
Yeah.
again because he was a kid and he was a football player, right? He went to the semi pros for a while.
Yeah. Yeah. He man, he was such a cool dude. That was who I worked out with 99% of the time. He actually is the one got me in the 300 bench press club with him. So
Yeah,
I missed those days, back when I felt like I was strong. So yeah, but
well, you were.
he's still pretty big even now. Um,
Tony was about the only one, and it sucked that he also happened to be my friend. That when we played Bull in the Ring, that I was had my heart palpitated as soon as I saw Tony running. I was like,
oh no,
"Fuck, this
man,
one's gonna."
me and you was a terror, man. You playing
We
tight
were,
end
man.
or defensive
But
end, and yeah, we had fun.
we
If I
we were
would,
we were we were terrors. Let's be honest about it. We didn't exactly like to be perfectly legal and kind
yeah,
to
no,
our opponents.
no,
We had
and then
seen what was
it,
the program? Was that the
yeah,
movie?
exactly. That's
Yeah,
what I was just about to say. Yes,
yeah.
yes,
we we had watched the program as young men,
right,
and we took it to heart. Damn it! Um,
right. Yeah,
Hey
I mean,
Kyle, we got that motherfucker.
our,
What
our
whistle
team,
blew? I don't.
yeah, our team sucked, but we had to make some kind of fun out of it. So yeah, I
Boy,
swear, dude,
and
God,
did
we were
we,
terrible.
man? We
But then
were.
it was like it wasn't, but like a few years after that, though, the Edgewood went undefeated for like 10 years.
I know. Right after we left, they actually broke the national winning streak for
Yeah,
for high school, man, for a
I'm
year amount
like,
of years
what the
winning.
hell?
And I was the same way, dude. I was like, we
Like
were
shit.
literally we lost
But
like every game, but we
yeah,
put all. I mean,
yeah,
we
because
found
we
ways to put it all in
yeah,
there.
and we had to play both ways the whole time. There wasn't a rest or anything. I
I
remember,
didn't.
or this was before you were there, Edgewood. I remember in fifth grade, I had to play JV and varsity, so it was just
Yeah,
yeah, So
Yeah.
I was up there with like Bill Wilson and Scott O'Nettle and all those guys
Oh
in
shit.
fifth grade, and they're just destroying me out there. So I was just a body that they needed. But here I am on the
That
varsity football team in fifth grade. Like
that explains what the brick wall I would run into. No, because I didn't. Excuse me, y'all. I didn't play ninth grade, right? Because I played baseball,
hmm
and I sucked so bad at baseball, but I like showed so much passion and exuberance, mainly because I also had wanted to be Ty Cobb. So I was always sliding fucking feet first, and coach would see me doing the practice and trying to tackle the catcher, and he go, okay, you're just a base runner, and anytime he gets somebody on third, he's like, all right, huff, because I
Yep.
was like,
Yep.
and anyway, I remember he finally looked at me because you guys, the usual picking on the fucking weird new dude. And coach,
Hey, you
what's his
can't.
name?
You were the like total opposite of anything we would all were. Like you came in
Oh, I
like
know.
with you had like style. You come in with like your fucking cool ass cardigan and shit tied around your neck. I was like, what the fuck?
I
You know,
learned. See, I was a public school kid, y'all, and then I went to for 2 years to a Christian school in Montgomery, and this is the town around here, and that's where I lived until what, eighth grade, and then we moved up here, which is no longer so, but at the time was the fucking middle of nowhere, and that's why we chose it.
mhm.
So that's what he's trying to say is the city boy came stumbling in.
Yeah.
But
So,
anyhow, Coach Hastings.
oh
Hastings,
Lord,
that was
yeah.
it. Oh yeah, yeah. I shouldn't even have opened that rabbit hole, should I have? So Coach Hastings, who plays a good role in this story, he advised me and he said something like, boy, you'd be hell on the football field. And I had never really thought about football. I like to watch it. But yeah, so I went out after ninth grade. I was like, all right, let me go do this. And now to this day, Tony, and I'm not even shitting you, I will occasionally have dreams where I can play football again.
Oh really? Hold on, plug in my.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how much I like loved it, man, and how much fun we had. At least from my perspective, is I'll have dreams where I'm like my age, like that's the thing in the dream is like I'm my age, but I'm able to like do what we did, just running full bore and blah blah blah, and having a
Yeah,
wild ass time.
it was so much fun, man. I miss it. But
It
yeah,
was.
that
It
I
was.
I
I'm glad
I
we didn't win because there was no pressure. We
right.
could just be out there
You talking about
pretending we
baseball?
were, and
I
then it
think
was
I
over.
remember I'm playing baseball with y'all for a little while because
You
I won
did.
every
That's where
letter.
we first hung out.
So
Was
remember me, it
Seeds
was
on the bench.
me,
You and
you,
Bass.
Bass, and Robbie would all sit there. And remember, we would charge food to Marcos's tab.
Marcos.
So yeah,
The Brazilian exchange student at the redneck high school
but
prior
we
to
knew he
Academy.
was his backer was Ben Rosnick's mom, so we didn't have to worry about his
Yeah,
backer.
yeah, we knew that the rich buddy
Yeah,
had the account covered. Marcos, oh, go get popcorn. Ben's
right,
mom.
man.
Sorry, Miss Rosdick.
Yeah, which I haven't talked to her or him. Well, I haven't talked to her in a long time, but yeah, I haven't talked to Ben in a long time. But I know he's a pilot now.
Yeah, I had seen a picture of Ben, and
Yeah,
Ben
he's
was another one that had his own issues.
yeah, he's
Had his physical limitations.
yeah, the heart thing and but yeah, that
He had no sternum, right? I mean, he
yeah,
had
there
no
was
sternum.
nothing. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy being
He
his
would have been
friend,
perfect
even.
for a Aztec. He would have been perfect for an Aztec.
Aztec, right? Just reach right in there and grab it. I remember thinking that, like I remember hanging out with him. Like Ben actually went to that trip I took to England with
Mhm.
Miss Monroe. Yeah. And then Ben went with that. And I just remember thinking like, don't push him, don't do the normal
Yeah,
things you do with people. Cause you're like, I don't want
crazy
to
story about that, man.
stab your heart.
We were out one night, our hangout at McDonald's in Wetumpka,
Yup.
and
Yup.
this chick, some redneck chick, come and like pushed him right in the center of his chest, and that was the first time I ever got into a fight with a girl. Because she punched him in that chest, and I thought he was gonna die. Like I was so scared, and so I immediately jumped on her, and yeah, it was
You
not
meant the
one of my.
first and only time, right, Tony?
Yeah, exactly. I guess that didn't sound right, did it?
For the record.
Yeah. Yes. She wasn't like a normal girl. Yeah. I didn't really fight. I just kind of like shoved her off of him, but I was just like, oh my God, because he got hit right there in that spot, and I was so scared something was gonna happen. But yeah, dude, McDonald's and Wetumpka cruising was.
McDonald's and Heartland. You remember Heartland?
Dude, I tell Bella so many times that I danced with her. She swears I'm lying. She swears I'm lying.
So Heartland, everybody, was a line dancing country cowboy. And even though we lived in the country cowboy land, we did not fancy ourselves part of the country cowboy clique at all. In fact, I remember wearing a trench coat.
Picture
Heartland,
me.
because I don't want to fit in here.
Picture me in the R. Kelly's Bump and Grind video. I had that vest, remember? And I would wear that with like Jordan. Yep. So yeah, we walk up in there looking like Save the Last Dance type shit.
I think I would probably had on like my Saved by the Bell sweater.
Right.
And the fucking Val Kilmer from Doc Holliday trench coat on.
Yeah. We go in there with Nikki, who is just, like a cowgirl.
Miss Gober, one of my early crushes. Yeah. Good friend. She definitely looked like her and Renee, right?
Yes.
Would always they had the cowgirl thing down.
Laura was the original. Yeah, she was the real cowgirl.
Yeah, well, I mean, actually, 100%. She rode.
Right. But yeah, dude, I swear, I tell Bella that all the time, and she does not believe me. If I could remember,
I've not thought about Heartland. I danced there too. I literally just had the flashbacks of dancing there. It was to impress a girl. I forget what girl. I think it might have been a girl from Montgomery School, not our school.
That's where Bella got married. Is in that same building, so that was pretty cool.
Building.
Yeah,
that's where I got in.
I performed
in a fight.
Yeah,
you didn't.
Yeah, I got ordained as a priest a ordained minister to perform the wedding, which I've later found out you don't even have to do that. And then I got my what you call it to
the skill set. The skill set's blowing my mind.
I got the thing. Oh, I was a notary of public. I did that just so I could notarize her wedding certificate. So yeah. So that's what I've told you about keeping stuff, family oriented. I try to be involved as much as possible. So yeah, dude, it's funny how stuff comes full circle back around and stuff like that. But yeah, I've still got my my little ordained thing online. I get messages all the time I need to take it down.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute. We could actually use this, Tony, because if you are indeed ordained, does that mean we could advertise that we actually have a priest and hell, we could start donations? No.
Hey, let's do it.
$5. We can also notarize on the way out the door.
Yeah, exactly. I need to get that thing re-upped anyways, I think it died in this past March, so yeah, dude.
I can baptize them in the creek and you can marry them on the sandbar.
Right, dude, that would be perfect. Yes, they would think it was some kind of cult or something,
Oh, of course, man. With our bonsai training sessions going on, and big piles of rocks and little rock altars everywhere.
I'm the first tattooed up priest, I guess. Yeah, so.
Yeah, there will be cult accusations, Tony. Just go ahead and get ready for it. But we will not be a cult. We will be our own free and independent community linked up with other like-minded communities around the country. Everything's traded digitally, I hear, and
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
We'll do we, you do us, and we'll all help each other out if anything gets sticky. That's the game plan. That's the end game of when you hear Institute of Natural Philosophy. That's that's what's just below the surface.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we actually just all kind of get together and get ready to get through whatever's coming? Yeah, we probably should.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm seeing Tony's skill set. I'm going, okay, we now have a priest. All we have to do is get the hands working, and he can also teach the wood carving lessons.
That's right. Yeah, that's it'll be fun, man. But yeah, dude.
I don't do this in public, but I'm going to do it now. I'm going to do what I call a prayer, and I'm going to say, Father, whatever the fuck is the purpose of Tony having to go through what he's going through right now, I do pray that you please point it out to us and please help us see the way forward for Tony. And I do not mean whispering to us. Please make it evident to us and to him specifically that it is you, and please get us whatever information, whatever it is we need to do, or you yourself do whatever it is, if it be your will, dude, so that we can get this dude back here to living out what seems to be, from the prelude, quite a life story arc that does not want to end in a wheelchair, at least from where this dude sits. Amen.
Amen to that, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna make it. With friends like you and just getting to rekindle this kind of stuff. I think that brings your spirit up, which you got to have a good spirit to maintain your health. So that's the worst thing that can happen, and I've learned it. I've told this to my wife. I really hadn't told anybody else before, but I never believed in depression. I always thought it was a mind thing, like you could just don't be depressed. But this has proven to me that it's real. Like it's serious, and I haven't like done any kind of nothing to fix it, but it's stopped now that I understand it a little bit. So yeah, but I truly believe in it, and that's why you got to keep your spirits up to keep that pushed away. So yeah, it's yeah, dude, it's remembering fun stuff like this, it helps. So. But it's like I told her, working by yourself, like I work here alone. So, it's just me and the dogs. And so, you get in your head and stuff like that. You start thinking about things, and that's when the little demon creeps up and starts talking to you, and, it gets worse. So, yeah, dude, it's one of the things I've had to learn the hard way. So, and I've never been one to really open up a lot to people. I was always, me, I was always kind of quiet usually, but,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah,
kind of,
in public.
yeah, yeah. No, I was kind of an asshole in school sometimes,
Sometimes.
especially if it was like Johnny Foreman or somebody, I would, yeah, dude.
Poor Christy. We're sorry, Christy. I know
Yeah.
we both probably said
Oh,
that
my
apology
God.
in person
Yeah.
many times.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Golly.
Kids can be rough, man.
Man, I forgot about her. Yeah. Dang. I was a bad.
I've seen her in person, so I said it for both of us. I have. I really have.
We were kind of bad people, dude.
Well, we could occasionally be dicks, dude. There was no doubt about it, It kind of went with the territory, I think, because we, in a very small school, we were trying to be very much our own clique because we weren't any other clique.
Right.
And so it was like establishing territory got a little carried away, on occasion. Like, okay, we'll be the assholes.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's just all the phases, all the phases that you go through when you're sorting out your personality as you're doing when you're a kid, man.
Yep.
And what a wonderful father yours have, man, and to see you so close. My own children would tell you, and of course this is jokingly because they're at their natural phase of development, but I jealously, look often at your posts and seeing the way your family is, knowing, of course, that's what's ahead.
Yeah, dude. It's like you said, it's a cycle, man. Don't get too hard on yourself, and just. I've always lived with the mentality of I'm my kid's friend first. I don't do the whole I'm a parent first and hard nosed and this and that. I'm their friend because I want them to feel like they could tell me whatever, and that's the case. They've told me a lot of shit that I don't want to hear. Like a whole lot of shit.
Parents, listen up.
You know, so and they never knew it the whole time, but I was always friends with like their friends, like on. We had something called, I forgot now. It was with Bella and two of these guy friends that were really close with her. So they started a chat group, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And she's like, I stepped in there and said something. They're like, "You should join the group," and I was like, "All right, perfect." So and then I could monitor what was being said to her. So I was always the friend of the friends, the cool dad per se. But yeah, dude, you got to be their friend first, because if not, they're not going to tell you anything, and
Yes.
you're not going to know
Yes.
what's going on, and you want them to trust you. And I kind of I didn't have a strict upbringing by any means, really. I mean, well, stricter than I've done, but it's just I didn't feel like I could tell them stuff like
Right.
my kids. So, and then it's just one of them things
Same.
where yeah. So just be their friend, be their somebody they can trust. Then
See the relationship you're gonna want down the road.
right, yeah. Then you can parent after that point, but usually if you do it in that way, is the kids are they're not gonna do bad. None of my kids have gotten in any real trouble ever. So
Right. Right. Well, dude, I already know, man. Just like you were saying, I already know from my kids, like all the shit you don't want to know, all the things my parents would have never known, right?
right,
You know, you got to get comfortable, like just chilling through some conversations that you want to
yeah,
freak out about,
right,
to get to that level. But once you do, you know exactly what you just said, man. You know everything, right?
yeah,
Because or everything, that you would care to as a parent, because they've learned that they can
yeah,
trust you with it.
right, yeah,
And that when a friend's having a problem that they're keeping from other parents, and they got to get a parent involved,
hmm
you're the one. And
yeah.
that's
Because I mean, you see too many of these kids that can't, they feel like they can't tell anybody anything, and that's the ones that go out and do something that's unreversible. You know what I'm
yes.
saying? So it's just you don't want that to happen. Then the parents wonder why. Well, because probably you didn't give them that option. To have the last option that they were probably looking for.
Right.
But I'm not harping on how people raise their kids or anything like that. But that's just how I feel, and
Well, you
that's my best
can,
advice.
because you're a good example.
Well,
They would tell us in AA, Tony, before we'd go find a sponsor or something. They'd say, first, find the dude that's got something you want. Find the guy, like watch people. And watch a
mhm,
dude that you see in his life. Oh, I would like to have that, or I'd like to be like that. You know what I mean? And then you go, and you're a prime fucking example of what a father hopes to be when his kids are,
well, man, I appreciate
past
that.
childhood. So
That's
you can
awesome.
talk on it all you want, dude.
That's I mean that's awesome, man. It makes me happy because that's what I've strived for. My dad was that way. He was my more or less like almost like
Your
a
dad
friend.
was something, dude.
Yeah,
Your
he was
dad was
crazy.
something.
So it it was a lot of surprises towards the end of his life. Which I think you know what I'm talking about, and
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I really wasn't ready for that kind of stuff. But I was like, what the hell? But he was like my friend. you know,
Yeah.
he was all of our friends. He
He
messed
that
around with all of us, like
That's the thing, man. Is he'd have a way too. He was like all of our friends, and he would encourage you like you would need an adult to do, but he'd
mhm,
make fun of you at the same time, so you actually fucking trusted it. You know what I mean?
exactly.
Like,
Who else taught us what the capital of Thailand is?
that's
You
it,
know?
man. He would fucking roast you, and then he'd give you some lowdown.
Yeah,
And I mean, he was amazing, because
yeah,
he there just aren't many parents, and when you're a kid, there you cannot overstate encouragement. I mean, my kids will tell you, I tell them I'm proud of them, just like when I'm shutting the door at night. You know what
Hmm.
I mean? Just
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah,
just like,
exactly.
because you really, as a kid, you learn there's no words on the value that you get from some adult, any adult, looking at you as a kid and going, hey, you're cool, or hey, you're worth talking to, or you're worth laughing with, or you're worth
Right.
teaching something to, or yeah, and your dad, like, forever. And I remember when, as you said, the surprises and all were occurring. Even I could not get out of my head this just glowing image of your dad, all tanned and his hair glowing and usually covered with sweat if he was somewhere outside or by the
Hmm.
football field, and just that fucking smile,
Yeah,
glowing on his face, dude.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That was him. Um,
Yeah.
but he got to be a pretty cool granddad to my kids for for a good bit of their life. But so they miss seeing him a lot now because he died young. He's 58. So
Yeah. Yeah.
that's what I always say. I'm trying to beat his high score. So that's I'm not gonna. I need to beat the 58 curse because his dad before him died at 58 also. So
Yeah, you're gonna beat it. You're gonna beat it because, see,
so
the timeline is we've still got, I'd say, somewhere under 10 years before shit
right.
completely
Yeah.
falls apart, and so we have to have the community set up by well before then,
Right.
and then once shit completely falls apart, your skill set will actually then come into true use. So the way I see it, bro, we got several ahead of
Oh
us,
yeah.
man.
Hell yeah.
There is no waste, right? In good design and in the universe, there's not, things are efficient, and I don't see I see design in your life arc, bro. Just like I see it in mine, and I see it in so many others that I encounter. And yeah, it's not a life arc I see going the way it
That's
might be
awesome.
framed at this moment.
Yeah.
You know?
It gives me hope for sure. I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Well, I mean, I appreciate you, Tony.
Hell
And
yeah.
we've been at it for about 4 hours.
Yeah, dude. I know you're
um,
tired. I know you're tired.
it's
I
okay.
got.
Yeah, I'm.
We're actually going to Georgia in the morning, so I probably need to go
Where
get
are you
my.
going?
We're going to gosh shit, dude. That's another thing with this. It's affected my short term memory. Like
Sure,
literally, I forget
sure.
shit so easy. So it's a little town that's an hour and a half from here in
Okay,
Georgia, but we're going
okay.
because they got a lot of antique malls and stuff. We like to go to flea markets and antique malls and just look at stuff. So
I love
um,
that stuff. I
yeah,
do.
dude. Seeing old people's memories and stuff. Like
It is, man. Teaching, touching anything. I mean, everything you see behind me is either natural or old. It's like
yeah,
touching something and somehow getting like the story of it imparted to you. I don't know, there's no ways to put words on, like, having something that's gone through people's hands and people's lives
dude,
for.
you say that like I'm literally sitting here like something else I completely forgot to tell you about my collecting along with stamps. It got me into collecting postal covers like envelopes from. I mean, I've got envelopes from like 1700 all the way up, and then
Oh, that's so cool.
so I've got drawers full of them, and like I've got some from Wetumpka back in the 1800s and stuff like that. But I found like this whole series that this guy wrote from World War II back to his family, and like it was all the letters, every one of them. So I contacted the people. I found out who they belonged to, and I asked
Yeah.
them. It was an Instagram I had back in the day. I forgot what it was called now, but anyways, I asked them if they would allow me to post a picture of the letter for each day, and I did their whole story, like his whole story back and forth, and then I sent all the letters to what was his great granddaughter or something like that. So yeah, so yeah, they were so excited, dude. But yeah, it's just
Fuck
but I
yeah.
felt that the same thing you're talking about is it like you just imagine through like how many people's hands that went through to get to where it was at to fall into my hands in friggin' Alabama, and So yeah, they were from like Jersey or something like that. I forget now. But yeah, dude, but that's happened to me twice. I've done that with two soldiers' families. I found their World War II letters. So,
Oh
um,
shit, Tony.
but yeah, dude, I've got so much stuff I could show you, and
Yeah, and
I
so
know,
much good karma stored up that there's.
yeah, there's probably some bad shit too, dude. I've got lots of letters of this lady wrote to this one man about it she was SA'd by him, and she wasn't going to take it anymore, and she basically was sending somebody to kill him is what it this was
Wow.
from the early 1800s. So yeah,
Whoa.
so dude, I've got some crazy stuff because but
Dude, the
people
stories.
they just throw it away, you know, and
I know.
I just can't, you know, I hate to see stuff like that go to waste because but like literally see like that's all airmail from people. I mean, the
Tony,
Lord's
on my first visit to your house, bro, it's gonna have to be on a time when I have something very important to do a few hours later. Otherwise, I don't see myself getting too far.
yeah, dude. There's a lot here. Trust me, you'll have fun. We gotta set up a day for sure. We'll do a
I know we
field
do.
trip day with you on in the rocks, and we'll do an in-house day here at my house, looking at random shit that nobody else.
I know we will. We'll trade because you know it's the same thing out there, man. When you go touching some of these things and that you realize, you know,
Yeah,
some human hand at some point had a hold of. It's just as you described. Just
yeah. It's just
it's like a miracle in a moment with all these things. It's like a little tiny miracle when you
yep.
can sit there and have something that, you know, took a long time to get to your hands.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
That's just early version of what this is. So you know, it's
Yeah.
all the same type stuff. You know, it's history, and I'm you know that's what I was excited to hear about y'all stuff. You know, that's why I like history, and you know, like she said, you're an excellent storyteller. So you wouldn't have been in the drama club if not. You know,
Right?
my roles in the drama club were not as elaborate as yours. You know the cool stuff you got to do. But yeah, dude, it's this has been fun. I appreciate you having me on here to talk and just chit chat, man. You know,
Oh, you're
hopefully,
gonna be back. You're gonna be back probably sooner than you want, man. Just as soon as the
I
family will let you.
I do that whenever I'm always open. You know, so
Well, we
um,
could reminisce for an hour and a half
oh
of
yeah,
all the things that we
right,
weren't sure if we should say out loud, and I know the audience would get a kick out of all the things we could
right,
reminisce about
yeah,
alone.
yeah.
And then, of course, getting together, and we could probably even do something, you know, where we're together and like show off your stuff and
Yeah,
all that good
may have to
stuff.
even get Adam on here sometime, man. He loves
No,
talking.
we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to. I
Uh,
would love to even get him on like the thing I do on Saturday night, where I have
mhm,
these other elder, you know, independent researchers and guys that are so into history. You know,
mhm,
it's their whole being as well. They're like
yeah.
the reason I started doing the podcast with Rick even was I interviewed him. And sitting there just listening to him, he reminded you of that the teacher you would always want, the teacher that didn't need notes, that didn't need a book, that you know
Mhm.
whatever question you asked, there was going to be 5 minutes worth of everything you know coming out
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah.
So I've got a couple of dudes like that. We do a show with Ricardo and I on Saturday
Nice.
night.
Yeah.
Would love to have Adam or
Yeah.
you
And
and Adam.
he's got the setup where he's got an actual computer in his room, so it's
Perfect.
better than me just sitting here holding my phone. But yeah, dude, we'll have to schedule that, and I'm sure people don't want to hear
Yeah,
all
because
of
we get.
our craziness.
Oh no, I know the audience would like to hear some of the stories you can tell about me for sure, and that we could both tell about the teachers and all of our experiences. Man, we had some wild times at that little old
Yeah,
school,
dude.
y'all.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
do.
there was stuff that would probably get people arrested today if
Yeah.
that was carried out like normally.
Yeah.
So we can definitely tell some stories. But the reason I think it would be really cool to have Adam sit down is, you know, on social media, you may or may not know, but if there's kind of this sort of they've made it like a fight for some reason between sort of academic, meaning professionally academic, like archaeologists and historians, and then dudes like us, like just independent alt. There's like kind of this friction, like don't talk to each other, or fight each other. But I've got one young archaeologist that works in Southeast that wants to, that's nice and wants to come talk to us, and just normal dude, seems like the rest of us. But it would be great opportunity with Adam being technically an academic, but not in any of the weird schools of thought. It would be a wonderful opportunity, I think, to sit and chat over sort of history in general and his experiences. And he's fresh out of academia, so he'd have lots to say.
One of his best friends is an archaeologist also, so that would work out perfect.
One of Ricardo's favorite sayings is coincidence takes planning.
Right.
Which is much better than there are no coincidences. But I'd say the coincidences keep lining up because our other guest or the other guy on the show, Vince Barrows, he worked at Cahokia at the mounds, and he's done all sorts of research on different stuff that mainstream tries to bury, different just artifacts and really cool stuff. So I think we definitely got several more conversations coming up, and I can't wait to get involved too, bro.
Nice.
Well, everybody, don't say goodbye to Tony, but tell Tony thanks for coming. Thanks for opening up about things he's going through and all the things that offered our audiences, and tell him we'll see you again soon, because I have a feeling that this was just the beginning of hopefully some real-life adventures. And here's some online adventures in the online world for all our followers. If you've been with us for more than 4 hours, and some of you have, God bless you and your weekend, and may it be everything that you need it to be, because that is something. And Screwdriver, your comments are well received, sir. Thank you very much for your participation and being here. Tony, the only thing I've been trying to work on, and maybe you can help me on this over time, I've had to work on sign-offs. I've had to audition things. I've been going with think long, think wrong, because like you were saying earlier, that demon, as you called it, when he gets in your head, when you've got, idle time, that was one of the reasons I learned, dude, if I put that kid up front and keep him excited and keep him curious, then I don't have to worry about that thought process taking over again.
That's perfect.
So think long, think wrong.
Exactly.
Tony, I'm going to press stop. Don't go anywhere just yet. We got to make sure you upload, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Love you guys. Thanks. And we'll see you here tomorrow on the roundtables. And I'll be back next week with you guys on finding things within and without. And Tony's back soon. Good night, guys.